Energized in the morning, and the evening sessions will be starting.
6K. So this is fantastic.
That's bananas. Sorry, the one mark wasn't working, so but it is. I said it's not etwas so I was stressed, but I couldn't muscles. Yeah, when you install technically, he was the one physically doing it, but yeah.
You want me? I'll just WhatsApp you quickly.
But I was listening to this London Review of Books podcast about this gang of many thousands of pirates who set up a kind of community, or many communities in Madagascar back in the day.
Okay.
Pirates. Yeah.
Parents.
Yeah. It's an amazing story. Like, really.
The life history service private one listed or
It's a privately case. I remember yesterday I saw the incident of private.
But why is it private?
But there's going to be a case of ticking boxes and private is. That makes sense.
yeah, but you need to do it so we need to log into a YouTube account. I go to the computer
I can see it here. It says here you are live, but it says private. So I think I can just get it here and just make it public.
So what are we going to talk? You can say,
I'll take the lead on this.
you say, then we just talk about what we're looking forward to.
Yeah, basically. So I'm going to cover the buzz on the show floor. Live from ITWeb's broadcast booth in Santa.
Booth, yeah, it's the booth. We should call it the booth.
This laptop.
Call it so.
The booth? So, like, you know, the cube, the booth. So I'm going to talk about Mikko's the big heavy hitter here. Yeah. But I don't know what the hell he's going to talk
Yeah,
about.
honest. We'll work on the descriptions and the titles. We'll need to change the YouTube descriptions and titles. We'll come back to you shortly.
Okay, 100%.
Actually, it's also for you, Adrian, for YouTube description and title. It's currently saying, but we have some chance of maybe popping up on whatever. Just saying this is basically proof and then like no description. Okay, so we should actually give some sort of title live in the description, some names of the speakers. Because zero trust, I don't know, something like a write-up, which would also be for YouTube. It helps with this SEO.
So can people just go to the front page and click straight into it?
So then we just send them the link. They just switch it on. It's live on YouTube now.
If you've got to send them the link, they can't just get it there straight.
Well, then now it's live on YouTube, so you can find it on YouTube.
Okay.
Picture.
Okay.
Just we don't have a lot of audience there.
I want to tell my mom.
Huh?
I want to tell my mom. And my mom and my uncle in Australia, but he'll probably be asleep now.
Yeah, no, it's still be right. Well, it depends how old he is.
Yeah, he's old. He's getting old.
Can we change the name?
The British are here, hey? You see that? What are they doing here?
The whole thing.
Are the Chinese here?
No. Well, they are. We wouldn't have them.
But what are the British doing here? The British.
British consulates.
Is it?
A bunch of, yeah.
You get that to hand.
What?
Title and description.
Okay.
This,
So you go now.
anything is actually really better than what we have.
Can you change it now? Description. Right.
You can.
Okay, good. Good luck, gents. I'll be checking from here. I'm gonna go to the.
Yes, not
Hackathon
Yeah.
room.
So Mathew, what did you say? Check 1, 2.
1, 2, check, check.
Like you're
1, 2, check, check. 1, 2, check, check. Can you hear me? Are you getting some of this like background a little bit, eh? But that you can hear me clear and loud and clear.
Okay, what's that? For tomorrow.
We'll get it from you, Adrian. Sure. We can change it before we go live tomorrow. We can always put it on the socials and stuff. Put the link out there.
So tomorrow,
That's fine.
tomorrow we'll actually have something to talk about. Because then we can say like what we listen to and what we heard. That'll be great.
So we have more chance on YouTube that actually somebody updates the content and it gets recommended.
Oh, okay.
Are these our mics? They're not.
The names of the speakers, your address.
These aren't our mics.
You need to write the title in the description so we can work with the algorithm so we can get it.
It's a nice thing, this thing. This stand. It's a nice stand. I don't know what we would have done without this guy.
Yeah, we'll put it in ITWeb.
We wouldn't have been able to do it without him, man.
Those are the marks. They both look good.
Have we done a test?
And you got this message. You got this script.
Yes, please.
Right?
The broadcast group.
I'll get it from you.
He's on the broadcast group.
Yeah, you got the message.
Yeah.
But either Adrian or myself or Paul will tell you to switch.
I'm on the group, yes.
To switch the cameras. Is it? Was my link from yesterday? Can I come in here and see what's
This is what's live currently. And
what's
this is all the streams coming in. We got Hackathon.
I want to speak to Manny. Is it Manny from Telspace? Texera.
Leslie mentioned the man.
Yeah.
Manny, you must have been there.
Yeah. He got me. I got my T-shirt already from him.
Is Manny allowed in here?
Yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, he's great.
No, like conflict and things.
Ah,
I think Telspace, they're all right together, aren't they?
They've been after snow, they've been helping us the most with it.
oh, yeah.
But they're
They
both
were a little
helping.
bit unhappy with the direction they've dropped up for a year.
He's lost weight as well. He's lost weight. Manny. I told him. I said you lost weight.
I haven't seen him since last year, so I don't know.
He's right there.
Let me go check with the scanners. I'll be keeping an eye on this.
Have you got the beds up, guys?
Just
Okay. Hannes, there needs to be a slight overlay here, which is going to say starting at.
So we talk. This is about 5 minutes, eh?
Stream starting here.
That's what time
So Adrian and Matthew, can you talk to each other just for a second?
8:45.
Okay, so
Then 8:45.
5-10
Hello?
minutes.
good morning and welcome.
5-10 minutes.
5 or 10 minutes.
5.
or 10 minutes.
Okay,
Let's see.
So we're saying 8:45 is when you put up on the screen.
Okay.
Tell me when you put it up. I want to see it on my phone.
Okay, so I can take it. I'm putting it up right now.
Do we have makeup?
No, we've only got hair.
No, we're making it all up.
My forehead is a bit shiny.
Okay, so Adrian, can you hear me talk?
Okay.
So check 1, 2,
The
3.
stream starting 8:45. You guys.
Check
start
1,
at
2.
8:45.
Check 1, 2.
Okay, so we're starting in 5 minutes. 7 minutes.
Check 1, 2, check
Some
1,
sort of countdown. Check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. I always wanted to be an MC, but
Let me hear you, Mathew. Will you do the same about that microphone there?
Sound, eh? Half sound, half picture. They're as important.
How are we going to know to cut away?
I was amazed that so many people want to exhibit. It's incredible.
It's the Southern Africa's premium. Africa's premium
The Southern
security event.
Hemisphere. No, Australia's in
Okay, so it's just. Please speak up to that mic again. Adrian's mic. And just yeah, now please.
Hello.
And then
Testing.
Yeah, that one.
Testing 15791.
Are we good? Cool. Good.
Mathew Craig, how's it?
How's it?
When do you want me in here?
8:45.
Okay.
But that's 5 minutes.
Oh,
5 minutes.
Maybe
well, that's
10
fine.
minutes.
10 minutes.
Paul?
I'll tell him 10 minutes. Or 9. Or top us 10.
We're going to, okay, we're recording. Hello. Hello.
Can you just gently touch the give it a little stretch? Some more. When you get that long stretch. Mathew, say check 1, 2.
Check 1, 2.
Adrian?
Check 1, 2.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, I'm ready to switch to both of them on screen when you're ready. Just launching this stream. What's that?
Roll title credits. Action.
Put them on. Okay.
Okay, you're a natural.
Yeah, guys, you're gonna be on screen, so no picking noses, no.
I think you're doing the Ronnie Barker thing then.
What's that?
Oh no, it's Eric Morecambe, isn't it?
Okay, I've just brought them up, yeah.
What do they do? Is it a British thing?
Morecambe and Wise. Never heard of Morecambe and Wise.
We don't get much British stuff down here.
Okay, guys, you're live.
Are we live? Should we be talking? Okay. Hello, good morning and welcome. My name's Adrian Hinchcliffe. I'm the group editor of ITWeb, and with me today is my colleague,
Mathew Burbage.
who is
the editor of Brainstorm magazine.
And you're joining us here today live from the ITWeb Security Summit. This is our 18th Security Summit. We're here in Joburg today at the Centre Convention Centre. We'll be here for 2 days, and then next week we'll be in Cape Town. Over the course of these few days, we'll be having over 1,000 delegates attending and listening to the many presentations and speeches. We have been doing this, I think, for, as I say, 18 years. But despite having been at ITWeb for a number of years, I've only been to one of these. Mathew, I think you've been to a few more than me.
Yeah, I've been here every year since I started, which is now seven. I think this is my 7th.
7 years. Okay, wow.
And we used to have it at Voda World.
Okay.
But this is the best place to have it.
Okay. And what if any are your favourite memories? Like, I know one of the presentations, maybe if I could jump in, from the one time that I came, was a guy called Pukraj Singh. And he talked about, and it all seemed quite kind of unusual to talk around like the sovereign states and this kind of big world, all these kind of espionage and stuff that was going on. And that really opened my eyes, I felt, to how big cybersecurity is. And there's like proper levels of organization. It's not just the lone wolf hacker sitting in a bedroom. But what about you, Mathew? What have been some of your favorite memories?
Yeah, he was great. He works. He works in the. I think he used to work at the Indian government.
Okay.
And he took like a kind of philosophical approach to security, which you don't often hear. We also we've got him today as well, Mikko Hipponen. And this is his 2nd security summit. He's the chief research officer for With Secure, and he's going to be talking about ransomware. So this is really an international kind of event. And we were just saying the biggest on the continent, probably.
Yeah, very probably. I mean, yeah, we'll come onto the agenda in a little bit. But I think the one thing that we obviously have to kind of, the elephant in the room this year, is we're broadcasting live from the Security Summit. This is the first time I think we've had a broadcast booth at the event, which we're happily christening the booth. It might be a sauna a little bit later on with some of the lights in here, but we've cut some little vents, so if you see some steam coming out, if you're on the exhibition floor, then you'll know exactly where we are. But actually on the exhibition floor, I don't know whether you've had a chance to walk around, Mathew, but I've seen some amazing things on here. There's just over in the corner, there's an F1 racing simulator, there's pinball machines, there's putting golf, what else was there? There's a little basketball setup. There's so much going on.
The British are here.
The British are here.
The British guys of the British Council.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen them before. No, but I've never seen a more packed exhibition hall either. It's incredible.
And I think the other thing from walking around, and obviously I know you're a big fan of this, is there's a lot of merchandise here this year. A lot of the free swag. So I think maybe over the next couple of days, we'll see who we can find gives us the best swag. And I think Matthew's already found a free T-shirt. A big fan of those, I know you are.
T-shirts are never free. That's from Telspace.
Okay.
They're a great. They've been a partner of us for a couple of years. They're helping with our hackathon. So we're going to be. I'll be chatting to them a little bit later.
Something to talk about the hackathon. That's the thing we haven't mentioned yet. As well as the Security Summit. Concurrently, we're running a hackathon, which this year the theme is Trust No Bot. We'll be cutting across to that from time to time, so you'll be able to see what's going on. I believe they're getting started in about 10-15 minutes. We'll cover some of their introductions, and that's being sponsored by, as you say, Telspace, but also Snowed, who are kindly sponsoring this booth as well for us this year. And I think one of the prizes for the hackathon is free internships for the kind of some of the winners with Snowed and with Telspace. So it's kind of nice skills development. And I think the hackathon's also been going for a long time. We've kind of run it every year.
Yeah, I mean, every year we talk about cyber skills, and I think that's going to be a big theme this time. there's just a big gap, you know. But I mean, yeah, I'm interested to talk to people about that.
And then I think we've also got one of our journalists, Lungile, is on the floor at the hackathon. So she'll be kind of giving us report backs. We're also going to have one of our roving reporters, Leslie, who's out on the floor. He'll be chatting to people, giving you vox pops, getting a sense of what the vibe is down here on the exhibition floor. During the event as well, we're going to have a number of those keynote speakers that Mathew mentioned. We've got Mikko coming up at some point today. I think we're speaking to him about 1:30, so I'm not sure what time that will go live, but probably either live 1:30 or we'll kind of do it shortly afterwards. We've got Sassel CISO, that's a mouthful, Ishaq Jacobs, and we've also got Professor Elmarie Bierman from the Cybersecurity Institute. And then, of course, shortly after Mathew and I have finished waffling on, we've got Craig Rosewarne, who is going to be chairing one of the panels today. Now, he's going to be talking around the state of cybersecurity in South Africa. And I think, Mathew, that's going to be an interesting chat that you'll have. It'll give a bit of a prelude as to what he's hoping to kind of cover in that session.
We've also got someone called Mark T Hofmann, who's a crime and intelligence analyst, he says that most cyber attacks are caused by human error, and he wants to talk about how we can make our staff become a human firewall. And then I'm also quite interested to talk to someone by the name of Len No, who actually is, he works for a company called CyberArk, and he has apparently multiple subdermal implants that range from NFC, RFID devices. So he is an attack vector in his actual self. And I just wonder if it was painful, or if he's just what they look like. Is it a bump on his arm, or
I wonder how he gets through airport security.
Exactly. That's a good question.
And if he's standing a bit too close behind you when you're getting groceries, does he automatically pay for it? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna. That's gonna be. I'm interested in that.
And then one of the stories that broke this morning or broke yesterday, I don't know whether you saw this, Mathew. It isn't affecting South Africa, and we'll talk about one of the ITWeb stories about South Africa in a minute. But there's been a breach has been announced in the UK, where British Airways, BBC, the state broadcaster, and Boots, which is like Clicks or Discount in the UK, they've all been subject to this kind of breach. I think they were saying last night that BA's staff banking records were even included in the breach. Because of this, I think it's a ransomware attack that's come through MoveIt, which is a file transfer company that is used by all these big companies. And it sounds like more companies are going to come out and reveal that they've also been breached. But I think that supply chain breach is something we're going to start seeing more of. I'm sure that's something that will be covered in more of the presentations and more of the discussions we have over the next couple of days.
Yeah, we're all in this together. I mean, it's not, you're only as strong as your weakest partner. Yeah, we found on ITWeb the other day, we reported on the government's Department of Communications shopfront called Digitech for apps, and their password, their admin password was admin, and their password was admin. So I was hacking around on the back end of the government department's website. It was actually a reader phoned in and told us, and he said, "Don't break anything." So I didn't, but we told them, and they changed it.
But we obviously broke the story.
Yeah. Break the site, and but now the site's down, and so I mean, that's what you get for 750,000 rand these days.
Although I do believe we did tell guys before, we gave them a chance.
No.
They changed the password,
And then they broke the site.
Not necessarily related to us.
Yeah.
But yeah, stay tuned. Remember to click the like and the subscribe buttons on ITWeb's YouTube page. And yeah, we're going to go very shortly to Craig Rosewarne, who's going to be chatting to Mathew. about the state of cybersecurity in South Africa. As I say, stay tuned. Got a lot coming up for you from the ITWeb Security Summit.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the booth at ITWeb Security Summit. I'm Mathew. I'm editor of Rosewarne, and I'm here this morning with Craig Rosewarne, the managing director of Wolfpack. Welcome, Craig.
Mathew.
It's nice to see you again. See you once a year.
Always good.
So you've been coming. You've been to almost every single one of our security summits.
Yeah. Making me feel old, but I thought it was 15, but you actually corrected me and said it was 18. This is number 18. So the very first one was at the Dimension Data campus, and we had Mr. Kevin out from the States, who was the keynote speaker. And I still remember his business card. Did you ever see his business card? It was a little metal card that had a key lockpicking set that you could break off and use. And it actually worked. Amazing. So I'm still lining it all some later.
Amazing. And so tell us about how long is Wolfpack, what's Wolfpack doing? How long have you been going?
I started Wolfpack 12 years ago. Actually, it's nearly our 12th-year anniversary now. And much to my wife's horror, I left we're getting reporting even through the last. Much to my wife's horror, I left in a waiting partnership at Deloitte to go out and start this new business. I say when you pass 40, you have your you go through a midlife crisis. But it was a gamble, left out with no real funding and a dream and an idea, and got one client, got a few clients, and today we're a core team of about 22 people, and still operating mostly in South Africa. Working on consulting, independent consulting. We don't sell products. Training, awareness, and then we're also looking at government solutions, and then also our community solutions as well. Typically helping those that are victims of crime. So we provide a free service to the community to help people that have been scammed or harassed or whatever the case is, to try and bring a bit of closure to those cases. And then of course report those scam sites for takedown, the bank sites to separate the banks and that as well.
So that must give you quite a good view of the local cyber threat landscape.
Yeah. So we also get the other angle, the corporate clients that have incidents, and we get exposure to those incidents that we investigate, and then ordinary people like us that get scared, and we've got some real horror stories of what's happened to people in this country.
So how would one go about quantifying whether it's worse here than anywhere else? Is it just partly our, we've got a fairly active stock exchange. I mean, are we at any more risk than any other country in Africa or anywhere else in the world for that matter?
We've got such amazing talent in the country, but the challenge is it's all fragmented. We've got pockets of people all doing their own thing. What we lack in this country is good leadership, cohesion, coming together. We see elements of that in the banking sector with separate. We see the telcos have come together now and established Comric. The insurance companies have come together. And there's a couple of things happening in government, but government's just moving very, very slowly. And a lot of the laws that have been passed are great, but they haven't been properly implemented. The structures aren't in place to provide the necessary services. So, with that said and done, if you think about what happened, the riots back in KZN and years ago, I think we're in a similar situation. It's when the corporate hits the fan, it's going to be less of a strategic response, and it's going to be more pockets of people coming together to look after themselves and look after the community.
Well, sure. I mean, people are feeling potholes themselves in the area I live, picking up rubbish, which I suppose you can kind of. But Craig, I mean, just quickly, I always laugh a bit to myself when I think when it's. I mean, it seems like it's part of the procedure when you have been breached that you must report that to the police station. Yeah. But I mean, what are our states? I mean, I know you said there are kind of pockets of excellence, but generally, what would you say our states' preparedness is for cyber?
Look, I don't want to throw stones at government because I think in South Africa we have this mentality of if there are potholes, although you're not mentioning potholes apparently, if there's no power, we make a plan. You know, we always make a plan in South Africa. But the sad reality is, I would say, in the police services, we've got the man mandate for responding to cybercrime. There's been so much change at the top. There's been so many change in terms of structures, people getting frustrated, people leaving. There's a few die-hard people that are very committed. There's small teams in place in terms of investigators. We saw Brigadier Kerrisa, who was the head of the Hawks for many years. He's now retired. You know, so I think there's a bit of a lack of leadership at the top levels and senior management, and then the teams, they aren't equipped, and it's pretty hard to try and keep. You know, they spend money on training, sure, but to try and retain them, all the frustration and all of that. That these people, and it's a lot of affirmative ladies, etc., that are high in demand in the private sector, that will get pinched and offer double the salary. So that's one of the challenges. And then, of course, there's other elements on the prosecution side of things. We've seen in our country the lack of response in terms of those corruption cases that have been pushed forward, which are much bigger priority in terms of numbers and where the country's going. You know, those haven't been properly prosecuted. The cybercrime cases are happening here and there, but it's oftentimes when we see, you know, the US law enforcement swooping in to hit a West African crime syndicate that was foolishly targeting their citizens, operating from Cape Town or Pretoria, for example. So it's a big operation there where, you know, there's a success and people are arrested. So unfortunately, it's not a good state of affairs. Yeah, it can be so much better. And many other African countries have actually overtaken us now in terms of coordination and centres, and are a lot more mature. Those come through in the international reports, you know, from RTU and just talking to people in the industry as well.
And just quickly before I let you go, what's the state of our skills in this country?
Once again, going back to that earlier statement about pockets of skills, brilliant skills, and you know, even when we look for young talent as well. We call security analyst, someone who's out of university with a year or so's experience to come in and up, you know, and join the ranks. There's some really, really hotshot talent. And a lot of people are looking for, just give me an opportunity, give me a chance. I'll come and work for free. I just need that experience. So I'm really hopeful when I see the skills coming through, more shapes and sizes. And
genders, hopefully.
Yeah. Oh, no, ladies are coming through in big numbers. You know, going back to that earlier statement for the first ITWeb, in the audience, it was mostly males and a few females here and there. And now when you look out, it's probably like 65, 35, or getting to 50-50. So, definitely, ladies are jumping in. And look at our team. We are probably at least 50-50. And I really hire the best person for the job, whether it's a male, female, even if it's a non-South African citizen. At the end of the day, I need good skills. Yeah.
So just quickly, in the time remaining for us, you're doing a panel in a short while. What are you going to be doing? What are you going to be discussing there?
Yeah, so this is kind of what we're talking about now. It's we've got quite a senior person from a state security agency. We've got someone from SABRIC from the banks. We've got someone from CSIR, which kind of sits on both sides of government and private side of things. And then we've got a gent from a law firm that's going to talk around cyber incidents and investigations. So we've got a nice balance in terms of a national viewpoint. And I'm going to be asking them pretty hard questions around the current state of play, what's working, what's not working, what initiatives have you got planned, where's the opportunity for public-private partnership as well. And also getting questions from the audience, hoping to do an impromptu poll with the audience to get their feel, since we've got these clever guys sitting in the room, to get their feel on their input into the state of play in South Africa as well.
Thanks, Craig. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you.
You know what?
Great speech, welcome to South Africa. It's your first time in South Africa, and it's going on a safari in the next 2 days. So enjoy our beautiful country. Ahead of the event.
Thank you very much. Also, good morning from my side. Those are the hackers with the psychology
The big screen. The big screen.
You're live.
I need coffee, please.
Like, think back and talk to them, like, how can I put it? You know what's happening, they know what's happening, you can work on something together, and you can create a product.
Create a product. So today we'll be looking at how to commercialize your solutions, right? And when we speak about commercializing, we're speaking about innovating. So you guys will be looking at how to innovate your solutions. Let me speak to this young woman over here. Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Adrian.
Adelaide. What's your name?
Wait, you are part of the Hackathon? Wait, how old are you?
Wow, can we give her a round of applause, please? All right, so you were 12 years of age and you are putting yourself in the space of IT? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to turn this into an interview, sorry. What made you think about being in IT at a young age? At a young age?
Well, at a young age, I loved this TV program, and I didn't think much of it at first until Mama watched them talking to the completely within that, yeah. So then she saw me up straight away, and ever since they up and started to encourage different.
Wow, and who's mom? Where's mom? She's here? So she's not here?
Yes.
So who are you here with? Your sister?
This is our aunt's food.
Yeah.
And then this is our chaperone, and I'm going to.
Can we give her a round of applause, please, one more time? you are incredible. And when I was 12, all I was doing was nothing. So I'm really proud of you. Let's look at this desk. How are you guys doing? First and foremost, I know I spoke to you earlier in the morning. What's your name, brother? Ronaldo. So how was your experience of the ITWeb?
It was just making things clear. It was just making our ideas, align our ideas clear.
All right, so I'm going to ask this question. Do you trust an individual? Do you trust a human being? Do you find it easy for you to trust a human being? Okay, I don't. So how is it for us to be looking at AI? How can we even be trusting technology when we don't even know what we're relating with?
AI is mostly created from, it emulates human beings. So some of the things, they only, what can I say? It's an emulation of human beings. So we have to trust it because we're the one who created it.
All right, round of applause for that, everybody. All right, so before I go on, show of hands, who wants to have an engagement with me before I begin? Show of hands, who wants to be interviewed by me? Right, so nobody wants to be interviewed by me. So before I start, I just want to say something. So there is something that has been commissioned that by the year of 2030, about 230 million new jobs need to be created in the space of IT, right? And when you begin to understand that new jobs are not created by the government, nor are they created by big businesses, but they're created by entrepreneurs. So when you look around the room, each and every single one of you guys are an entrepreneur. So let's give that a round of applause. So the term entrepreneur has been commercialized. It's all about money when we look at how things are running in this day of age. We have lost a cultural consequence. Now, what do I mean by that? Something that represents the possibility of human endeavor for the benefit of all. So when we speak about entrepreneurship, we're speaking about empowering. And what you guys will be doing in the space of IT will be trying to empower and to commercialize your solution that you guys have been working on throughout the year of the ITWeb on the 13th of May. So let's give that a round of applause. So this is a very important moment for you guys to be creating and solving your solutions in the space of IT. And it's truly a blessing for me to be part of this initiative. And I want to give a round of applause to ITWeb, to Snowed, to also Town Space Systems Africa, and also Geek Culture. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, now before I get the show started, I'd like to call Mr. Ivan Ratasek, who is the ITWeb CEO, for the opening remarks. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Morning. I'm Ivan, CEO of ITWeb, organizers of this event, that one and the hackathon. First time we're live on TV, just so you know. But anybody watching us internationally, we're in Sandton. The weather here is chilly, but the vibe is nice. I'd also like to thank Geek Culture for all they're doing, and they're dear friends of mine. But also Nithen and Snowed and Manny Telspace. Without them, this hackathon wouldn't have happened through the years. So we really appreciate it. It's a great thing we're doing. It's good to see you here. Yeah, the hackathon, it's about security, right? There's a few different things. We have an open hackathon where you guys submitted your ideas. You made it here, well done. I hope you make the best of it. Work hard tonight. The ideas are good. I'm excited about what's going to happen and what we see. The other portion is the capture the flag challenges with the red and blue teams attacking and defending, which other people will tell you more about. But yeah, I don't know. Cybersecurity, the theme this year, zero trust, is like a buzzword. Because in security, you don't trust nothing until you can actually authenticate it and verify it. That's how computers do it. So they're kind of saying organizations or networks should also do it. So yeah, actually people. But we also don't really know because eventually you have to trust in work with people. Can you trust it? It's really me. Maybe I'm a spy. I don't know. The world of tomorrow will look very different with the deep fakes. That's also trained. The voices and stuff. There's been security scams now. CEOs getting scammed out of hundreds of thousands of dollars because people made a fake video of them giving out some instructions or how to get yeah, I don't know. So, what's the world of IT like, and I don't know, bots and robots, and I don't know how we're going to replicate this technological being that we have as our body. That's kind of how we're structuring neural networks. That's how we're understanding the world. That's how we, I don't know, trying to build these systems from what really is. My hope is that I don't know, this event doesn't stay in your short-term memory. It goes into the permanent one, and it should learn a lot. And yeah, I don't know. The future is up to you. There's mentors here. Mentor table, can you just raise your hands, everybody that's mentor? Sweet. Yeah, you'll hear a few more things. I hope you are prepared. We had the Hackathon full preparation. And yeah, Leslie, sorry about all the ums for editing. I wish you guys the best of luck. The vibe is good. Let's have fun. We're here to learn, have fun. If nothing else, it's not so stressful. There's some opportunities. Two of you are going to get sweet tips with some people that really care about IT, that are going to be great mentors. If you get a gig with them, you're going to get a great start in your career. But there's lots of reasons why you should give it a shot. And yeah, we'll speak more. I'll also be around in between here and there. If you want to know about application security and I don't know, possibly how people could crack your web applications, I have quite good knowledge on that. But there's lots of expertise. You can also check out the event. The exhibition is looking amazing. And yay, let's have fun.
Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Ivan. All right, so I just want to emphasize on this. I can actually feel Mr. Ivan's pain. And I want all of you guys, especially all of you IT gurus, to be aware that we're facing an epidemic, that a lot of CEOs are being scammed. So we need to protect them as possible. So what you guys will be doing is looking at how to combat AI. So it's really, really a problem that we're facing. So let's make sure that we work on that. Can we do that? You guys promise? Mr. Ivan, they will do it.
Yeah.
All right, so I'd like to call upon Mr. Ayaz Siad, who is with Tal Space Africa. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Thanks for the introduction. This is working now. Okay. All right. So, morning everyone, and welcome to Hackathon. So, I'm from Telspace Africa. We are Hackers for Hire, and we've prepared the red team capture the flag challenge for the participants. And before I go on, I just want to get some interaction going as well. Just know what or who is a hacker. Anyone?
Who wants to be a hacker?
I'm a student kid, so I consider myself Oh, no, I'm not. Hey, that's why
I see there was a hand up. Yeah. All right. Please tell us, what is a hacker?
A hacker.
Yeah.
Well, I just do coding. I'm not sure exactly on the technical part of like hacking or whatnot.
All right.
I don't know.
You want to have a go?
Program. So, okay, I do web development, front-end designs, and user interface in UI and UX design. So that's the type of, and the tools that I use is HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, React, and all of those stuff.
All right.
So that is what I do.
Thank you for that. So hacker is basically anyone who just finds alternate ways or creative ways, right, to do something. And when we talk about IT or computers specifically, it's anyone that tries to get unauthorized access to the system, right, or data, right? An ethical hacker is someone who obviously, and that's us, who is bound by ethics, who first have to get permission to test the system to try and get that unauthorized access. And also that's defined by scope as well. Like you can only target a specific system or IP address, right? So in the case of the Capture the Flag challenge, we will give you an IP or system to target, and you have to target only that system or that server. You cannot target anything else. And we will also, mentors will be here as well for the red team to guide you through if you do have any challenges or any questions also you need answered. But they will help you also with the scope as well to stay focused on that one IP address, one server that you're targeting, and then also what the objective is for any Capture the Flag event. There is a flag that's stored on the system that you need to then, once you have access to that system, once you get the flag, and once you have the flag, there is obviously the post-exploitation part of it, where once you have the initial access, what else can you do with that access, right? So try and get like a administrator level privilege, etc. There will be another flag with the admin privilege that you need to get. And once that is done, the reporting part of it, where you would write do a little write up on the solution. But that's the main thing we're looking for. But while you edit, I think it will also be a good practice to provide sort of remediation steps on the way on the vulnerabilities that you exploited. How can you fix that vulnerability, right? And that's that's the goal at the end of the day, to try and secure the system for the end user, for the clients, and the system owner. All right, so that's just a guideline or just around the rating CTF. There's also a few resources I'm going to mention that you can use that will be helpful for you during the CTF challenge. One of them being the OCEAN framework. They not so much around the IP address, but you will can gather information on what tools to use for the information gathering phase of it, the initial scanning, what system or software that you're working with, discovering that, etc. Another resource is the Kali Linux operating system that you can use. It has all the tools you need for this CTF challenge. So yeah, I advise you to install that and work with that. There is also the Metasploit framework that comes with Kali Linux that has all the public exploits available, modules for that, which you can use for your CTF challenge. And then lastly, the OAuth top 10 web application security, risk, all the frameworks that you can use that will guide you through your approach from beginning till the end for the exploitation part. And yeah.
All right, let's give a huge round of applause, everybody. Now I'd like to call upon the representative of Snow, Mr. Dwayne Miller. Let's give him a round of applause.
Awesome. This is on. Thank you. I see a lot of excited faces this morning. I see people with a lot of jackets on. I can tell you guys the heat is going to get up today. My name is Dwayne Miller. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Snow Technologies, and I have the privilege, the passion, and the honor to lead a bunch of really bright and innovative minds, really to go and live up to our value system. I'm not going to go into too much of my value system, but I want to tell you about my objectives as Snow Technology. And it's very simple. I had the chat with the team earlier on and last week and say, guys, like, let's start with why. And they know, like, you can see the smiles over here now, right? He's going to begin with these the next speech. But if we start with why, and we're looking at where we operate today. This morning, you woke up, had a look at your phone, see maybe some meetings, typed in a few details, maybe an address, you got here, you looked at your watch, you saw a reminder that the hackathon was starting. You went onto the website, you looked at a few kind of sponsors and where this venue is, you spoke to a few people, you looked at a few boards. Everything is connected. Everything is digital. I mean, I wouldn't be able to get here this morning if I didn't have my watch and my phone. So with that said, this is changing the landscape. Today, wars are not fought with bullets and bombs anymore, even though we see that on Twitter and on news. It's bits and bytes. The teams and the bright minds sitting here this morning is really looking at how we defend our future. Now, our motto within Snow is three things, threefold. How do we defend our future, our future? Keep sitting here, my kids sitting at home, the way that they communicate. That's our role and responsibility as a business. How do we defend at scale? And then ultimately, how do we defend as one? And that really defend as one is really key to understand, because from a defender perspective, we really need to think like an attacker. And a lot of teams, and when I said, hey, well, who wants to be an attacker? And there was a lot of hands going on. It's good to think about it. But as I mentioned earlier, like, we're currently in a war. We're losing that war. I'm going to be honest. These summits are one big catalyst for people to start appreciating cybersecurity, information security, the governance around it, how businesses do it. Yes, there's companies that would commercialize it because, hey, we need to feed the beast. But if we look at where we're going as a company, as a world, as a business going forward, like, these are the people that's going to defend our futures. These are the people sitting here. No longer our moms and dads saying, hey, well, you need to become a doctor or an engineer. If I can have that message to everybody and say, you need to become a defender, then we're going to have a very, very bright future. I want to thank everybody for being here. I'm asking and urging everybody to enjoy this experience. I'm obviously leading the defensive side, even though there's a defensive side. I want to thank Capital Space and the teams on that side. Good luck. And yeah, just have fun, enjoy the day. One thing that Rob also mentioned is install this. Like really remember, I think Ivan, you also mentioned, this needs to be crystallized in one. This is not just a game, and I know we all like gamification and all that, but this is really making an impact. When Snow started, we really looked at trying to treat some of the social evils, apart from cyber, and skill shortage was one of them. One of the things that we've realized is that there is, for every 5 positions, there's only 2 security members. So there's 3 positions missing in the world for defenders, and that's why we're using this battle. I want you guys to keep at it, ask a lot of questions. Some of these things are complicated, some of them are quite easy, and it's usually not just a hack of bits and bytes, but also the human nature. I want you guys to enjoy the day, keep warm, drink a lot of coffee. I see it's decaf, apologies for that, I'll make sure I get some caffeine in here. But then all the best, and again, thank you, Ivan, thank you, Karabu, Johnny, everybody. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Let's give Dwayne Miller a round of applause, everybody. I'd like to call upon the COO of Geek Culture. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Tiani Moyama.
things are falling apart. All right. Good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me well? All right. Yeah, no, things are falling apart here. But things are falling apart everywhere. You know, critical infrastructure falling apart. You know, we've got legacy systems. We've got, you know, inconsistent electricity supply. We've got crime levels everywhere. We've got 99 problems, actually. 99 problems. And this hackathon is essentially that platform to be able to say that we can be part of providing solutions for that. You know, our country, you know, a lot of systems are getting attacked. You know, some get thousands and thousands of attacks daily. Our lives are threatened. Our future, our financial future is threatened. Our education systems are threatened. Our transport systems are always threatened. You know, so transport, whether it's aviation, whether it's you know, even vehicles, those are under threat. Our public sector, the government, is threatened. And we've got people who might not know how to handle this properly. How do we ensure that the digital citizen, the connected digital citizen, get to browse the internet safely? They are able to trust the process. You know, we have traveled so many places in South Africa. There are people who are even scared to touch the keyboard of a computer. So from that low level, you know, how do you then start to build trust? But then this hackathon is set on the sidelines of the ITWeb Security Summit, which is, I think, the 17th, is it the 17th annual? 18th annual. And you've got a lot of industry professionals here. Local and international. There's also some amazing speakers, and this is an opportunity to connect with such talent. Okay, yeah, and throughout the hackathon, you do have access to the summit if there's a talk that perhaps relates to your solution. So you can do that. But from time to time, the delegates from the summit will be coming through, and for the first time, we are now introducing what we call Summit's Choice Award. Summit's Choice Award, meaning that the summit will get to vote. I just hope Ivan has built the voting system now.
We're hyped today, man.
All right, so you are a great company. You've got mentors. Ivan is also a top-notch programmer. Should you need some coding guidance, we do have people who analyze security, who analyze threats every second. Maybe that's too much of exaggeration. But we've got threat analysts. We've got hackers for hire. The guys from Telspace are able to assist you. We've got the street. What do we call Snowd again? The street mathematicians, intelligent guardians from Snowd, they are here to help you as well. You do have access to mentors that can also be able to help you shape your idea. You do have mentors that will be able to ensure that you are within the right track, but you will get to meet all the mentors throughout the process. But what's happening? Can I have the screen back? That presentation, okay, let me share, it's fine. so I'm here to take you through exactly how the hackathon will be taking place. For those of you who have never been to a hackathon, this is a safe space to put your skills into use, and you're allowed to research. You're able to ensure that you gather different resources to be able to ensure that you get your solution to the next level. This hackathon is a security hackathon. So whatever you do, ensure that security by design from the very beginning becomes your focal point in ensuring that whatever application you are developing has got security. So it is set out as 70% security and 80% innovation, meaning that it doesn't really matter. You don't have to come up with a groundbreaking idea. It can be any idea, but the scenario in which you're able to build security is what we are looking for. Do you understand that? Yeah, you can build another Uber app, and when you're building your Uber app, the focus there is what are the security measures? Have you followed best practices? Have you ensured that you understand the type of vulnerabilities that could occur with such an application, and what have you done to mitigate such risk? We also want to understand from the very beginning, when you're building a system, have you followed a secure system development life cycle? From inception up until the very last phase, what have been your consideration in security? How did you plan security? How did you implement security? And I want to ensure that you provide confidence. And you must be able to show at the end of the hackathon that this is what we have. I'm seeing one of our judges. Welcome, ma'am. All right. Yeah, so you must be able to show to the judges on the last day as to what has been the security implementation into your solution. But this is where everyone needs to start. Can you go to this link? Can everyone please go to this link? Can smooth jazz it a bit, my brother? Can smooth jazz it? While everyone types. Forgive well. Alright, so the hackathon would just play it soft. I want this session to be smooth jazz. Alright. This is how the hackathon is going to be taking place. We have gathered here, and the first thing that will be of focus would be to ensure that mentors are able to provide you with some guidance. We also want to ensure that you have got a work breakdown structure in place to know that this is how your team will be working throughout the hackathon. We will be using the socket platform for the hackathon essentially, because that's where you will be profiling your solution. You will need to profile your solution, and profiling the solution simply means that you are just basically outlining what your project is about. You'll be adding team members to the project, also updating your progress as we go from time to time. And this is important because tomorrow the judges will be using the software platform as well to judge. And if your team is not profiled, you've got yourself to blame. And only one member in the team must do that profiling process. But everyone needs to be on socket because you need to ensure that you have indicated your team members there. Are we clear? All right, but gklink.co/ss23hack-start. And then if you have not created an account, that's where you will be able to create an account. If you already have, just log in. But I just want to take you through the process quickly. So the first thing that you're going to see when you log into the platform, you will see channels. You will be able to also send direct messages to people. let's say some of the mentors are virtual, we'll be able to do that there. But for the purpose of the hackathon, this is the most important thing that we need to be doing. So /SS23 hack. You'll see it popping there, then we click on it. But basically, type in /SS23 hack, then space me. That's how I'm going to get started. So you will see that your team at Security Summit Hackathon, well, I just said mine is 8 there, but then to profile your team, this is what you need to do. /SS23 hack profile. I have already profiled the team. And then, so by typing that command, basically you'll be able to provide your team name, also where are you participating from. So that one doesn't really apply, you just say main location, the project URL. So with the project URL, normally you can just put your GitHub repo there, but if you do not have, just leave it there for now. Specify your project name, and then also what is the challenge that your team is working on. So there are different options. So you can choose CTF Blue Team or CTF Red Team or Secure Innovation. That is right in terms of the differences. All right, so the red and blue teams, you'll see at the corners the red line and also the blue line. That was done for a reason. So the CTF challenge will essentially run between the two corners, then everyone else is working on the innovation part. But but then you see all the commands, you can just simply type /SS23 hack commands. Then you'll get a list of the different commands and also how to submit tomorrow, because you will need your team to submit your material. All right, but we'll be going through the different tables to provide more guidance to your team to ensure that you're fully profiled and you are ready to fully start. But I just want to open the floor for questions. Oh, maybe let me bring back the MC. But so the hackathon will be starting just now, and we want to ensure that every team has got a plan of action. And to ensure that at the end you have achieved what you have set out to do. But quick tips: never undermine never undermine the challenge before you. So you might think that what you are building is too small, and some people tend to undermine that. And you never know. So just ensure that you are able to ensure that you've got a game plan to start off with the solution and allocate responsibilities in the team. Ensure that you know who's doing what and focus on that plan to ensure that you are developing. Mock-ups are not allowed, guys. Let's not have mock-ups. Because remember, it's a security hackathon. So we want you to ensure that your database, the database configuration even is using best practices. Be careful with the type of technologies you're using as well. But obviously, the CTF challenge, guys, has got a different thing. But importantly, for the CTF guys, you are being guided by the team from Tailspace and Snows. But what we want to see is what scenario are you looking at through the attack? Are we attacking the reserve bank? Or are we defending the reserve bank? So that is just a simple ask to look at having to create a scenario around the attack or the defense as such. But let me leave it here. MC, and then let's take questions and get everyone started as soon as possible.
All right, let's give it a team round of applause, everybody. Let's do that. So, as the T stated, I think now we can open the floor for some questions and engagement with mentors. Does anybody have a question before we go on with the program? Any questions you guys would like to ask? You have a question? Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you can.
Morning, everybody. I would like to find out from the mentors as to, okay, if let's say I've got this passion for this, I really want to do this thing of, this is the root of my work hackathon. And I don't consider myself being a programmer as yet, but I do want to do this. Am I in the right track, or maybe I should go back and start learning how to program? Or I just want to find out, should I be a programmer in order for me to join this hackathon?
Great question. Thanks for the answer. The T. Can you give the mic to him? He's got an answer.
Yeah,
it's a very good question, by the way.
Yeah, it's a very good question, but honestly, just stand up so that everybody can hear. Yeah, it's a good question because we have different people from various type of experience. You could be a database administrator, you could be working anywhere else, but right here, that's where we have all the skills from programming. As to where you are, where it's in ITWeb, so you definitely be there.
Most of the guys that are hackers, so I can say if you are part of any team, you can learn from that. Because I can tell you with myself as well, I didn't know anything about coding, but the more you attend the hackathons, you would one day will be coding and HTML for starters. That's what I can give you an advice. And as you progress, then you can look at your back end, your PHP, and other languages. Otherwise, you are in the right place.
Let's give her one more applause. For me, just to add on your question, I like to look at instances where you find yourself in a room filled with so many impeccable men and women who are pursuing purpose. And for you to look at your life and to have an understanding where you are, I think you can actually have an understanding that you are facing the right direction. That's what I can tell you. You have an opportunity to learn from amazing participants who are on your team. But you also have an opportunity to learn also from other participants. So this is an opportunity to learn and to embrace what this moment really means to you and to each and one of you guys. So give yourselves a round of applause for being here. It means so much. All right, so any other question that you guys have for mentors? Anybody? My best friend? Not yet? It's okay. Do you guys have anything you want to share or say? Nothing? Over here? Mentors? Do mentors want to say anything to the participants? Mentors don't have anything to say. All right. No, one thing. This one here.
I just want to ask if you're ready for tonight.
Yay!
All right, so do we have a question there? So your hands up. Is there a question? All right, you got a question too? Sam, there's a question right there. You can stand up so just so everybody can see you again.
Hi everyone. Actually, it's not a question, I wanted just to give advice.
Okay, so I wanted just to give an advice to the participants, right? So you don't have to have an experience to participate, you just have to learn from the people that are around here. So when I started attending Hackathon, hackathons, I didn't have any background in tech. I just saw the link from Facebook, from the Geek Cultures page, and then I just registered and came to the first hackathon I attended was at UJ. So I just went there without any background, and hopefully, and luckily the guys that I was part of their team, like they used my own idea that I suggested to work on. So you don't have. Okay, so what I can advise you with is just to take this as a learning experience. Don't put the price. Like I know there is a price to be won, but then just take off the price from the table and just connect with the industry expert, learn from them, and connect with everyone who is here through the hashtags on social media.
Sorry, before you go, tell them what you want us to do.
So last year I won the overall top hacker for the city of Challenge. So the prize was an internship at space and a funding for studying at the TCM Security. It is a US-based company that offers ethical hackers courses. So they provided training for that, and I got an internship with Telspace. It was an amazing experience and learned a lot from that internship. So.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. Sir. All right, so do you have a question that you want to ask? Yeah, you never had one before? Anything you want to say? All right, so one thing I'm seeing is a lot of you guys are very much good with your laptops, but you must express your voice, get into a space of being able to sell your solutions, or in a later stage be able to sell your business ideas. So let's not be afraid of the opportunity. You may not know, you speak and we got CEOs over here and they hear your voice. Your career is gone. All right, all right, sure thing. All right, so let's give a round of applause to every speaker thus far, please. All right, so before we begin to divert to our mentors gathering with the participants to get ready with the Hackaway, I'm just going to take you guys through the program, just so you guys can have an understanding of the structure. So first and foremost, we began at 9 o'clock or 9:30, which was the official kickoff by Karabo Mohola, which is me, the chief storyteller and the operations officer for the Startup Business Campus. Can we give that a round of applause, please? No reason. Thank you. All right, and then we had the welcome remarks from Mr. Ivan Versik, who is the CEO of ITWeb, followed by words from Telspace Africa by Ayaz Seed, and then we had followed by words from Snow, Mr. Dwayne Miller, and then we had the hackathon rundown by Mr. Tiani Ngwenyama, and shortly thereafter we'll be running through the planning with the mentors. And after that we'll have the Hackway. Teams will be working on their solutions right after this moment. And then after that we'll have at 1 o'clock till 2, we'll have a lunch. Food. Yeah, team. So we'll have lunch at 1 o'clock till 2, and at 2 till 4 we'll have the Hackaway. Teams will be then again working on their solutions, and then at 6 till 7 we'll have a Hackaway. Teams will then again be still working on their solutions, and then from 8 until midnight we'll have a Hackaway. Teams will be working on their solutions. So you guys will be working on a lot of solutions. So I hope you guys got Red Bull. Who has Red Bull? All right, nobody has Red Bull. Red Bull's on me. All right, and then at so this will be day 2. We'll have midnight pitches, presentation day from 12 until 1 in the morning. We'll have midnight pitches, And then at 1 till 4, we'll have a hackaway where teams will be then again working on your solutions. And then from 4 till 7 a.m., there will be open showers. Everybody will have a chance to go and have a shower just to freshen up. Then that will be good. And then from 7 until 9 tomorrow will be breakfast and registration. And then from 9 until 9:45, we'll have the presentation guidance. And then at 9 until 12, there'll be hackaways. Teams will be working on solutions with guidance from their mentors. And then at 12:25 until 12:40, there'll be the hackathon updates from Mr. Diani Ngwenyama. And then at 1:30 until 2, there'll be final submission checks, teams and judges. And then at 2 until 4 will be the final presentations. And then we'll have judges who will come into the building, and at that time, judges will introduce themselves. And then at 4:10 until 4:20, we'll have prize giving ceremony. And at 4:20 till 4:30, we'll have closing remarks from the CEO of ITWeb as well as Mr. Diane Ngwenyama. Can we now get on with the program? Are you guys ready? Are you guys excited? All right, so now I'm going to ask all the mentors. Can you guys show me your hands? Mentors? All right, so all the mentors will be gathered in one place with the participants, and you guys will be taking the participants through mentoring session. Are you guys aware of that? Can we do that now? Yes? All right. Can I do something? Can I? All right. I need energy. Can I get energy? Yeah, right after I'm going to give you energy. All right, so what's your name, sir?
Jared Aiken.
Jared Aiken, and you're a mentor, yeah?
Correct.
And you're part of Snow?
Correct.
And what do you do exactly with Snow?
I'm a cyber defense specialist, so I primarily focus on consultation-based defense and hardening and infrastructure for clients.
You know what I'm going to say? Are you a cyber defender?
I am.
What does it really mean to you, sir, as a mentor, just to see, especially a 12-year-old, putting yourself in the space of IT and already being at that age, having an idea of what you really want to do in life? What does that mean to you as a mentor to be guiding these young individuals today?
So honestly, 15 years ago, when I kind of got into things, there wasn't much. You kind of had to figure it out yourself and bare bones through. So now that there's such an infrastructure available for everyone to learn and be exposed, especially her when she asked that question. Had I known there was things like this when I was younger, it would have been amazing. So being able to give back and have people, interact with you and try and build that same passion is really great.
I like that. Let's give a round of applause. The beautiful thing that you say is being able to give back, and there's a phenomenal saying that says, each one teach one. When you make it, you're able to lift or take down your hand and bring somebody up to the same level as you. And if we can all have that mindset, I think we'll be in a greater space to progress as a nation and also in the corporate world. So thank you so much, sir. Let's give a round of applause. I like doing that. I like giving people a round of applause. Man, you were smiling at me the whole morning. How are you? You have. What's your name?
Lisa.
Lisa, what do you do?
I'm just the chaperone for I'll go to work. I'm one of the, that's my son, Alex.
That's your son? Alex, how are you? Mom? Mom? My mom too. So what does this mean to you to see Alex being part of this beautiful initiative of the Hackathon?
I think this is just an incredible opportunity, and I'd like to thank the people that have allowed these children to come and participate, because so many times these children have been told, you're too young, get out of space. And I would like to give a huge shout out to I'll Go to Work, who had in a Kangeni, Richards Bay, 40 students, and they had closed because they could not get funding. And these are some of the first that were with him and are still with him. They're growing up here in Joburg, so please, we can give them support. And I want to just add that all 40 students had their own projects they were working on while they were teaching them coding. And if you look at if I say to you, you can go and teach somebody, you're going to pretty much just do a cut and paste. Every student's going to do exactly the same thing. So all of these children have developed a product. So it's really amazing what they've done. And I just want to say that if we can just get support for people like I'll Go to Work that are already breaking boundaries. And are there producing the future so that the children don't close doors, keep them open.
Let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for being a conduit, for being here, and really looking over the young generation, as you're saying. It's really beautiful the work that you guys are doing, and I really applaud ITWeb, Snow, Space Africa, and also Geek Culture for having an eye and an understanding that there is a younger generation that is emerging, and you guys being at the forefront is really a blessing. And I can really stand as a testament that when she is probably 30 years of age, she will look back at what you guys have been able to create, and she will do far much greater. Thank you so much, guys. All right, so let's get on with the proceedings. So can we have our mentors meeting up with their participants so we can get the program running? Can we do that, please? You guys can stand up and meet the mentors. Thank you.
Maybe let's get everyone to introduce themselves. Okay, start with this one.
Sure.
Hi everyone, my name is Bernard Mashala. So I work for Transnet as an endpoint security and IT operations. So what I basically do there is just to look for the bad guys before they can gain any type of control to our systems.
Thank you.
Morning, guys. My name is Sofa Zumalobi, and I work for Geek Culture as a systems developer. So here I'll be assisting everyone with technical issues or development issues. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Mikko, and I'm the communications manager at Geek Culture.
I feel like if people want to speak. All right, so let's introduce mentors. Mentors, can you just show me your hands one time? Oh, Mr. Stephen, jump. How are you? Very good. I just introduced you.
I'm Steve Jones. I love being here, by the way, but what I do is I translate technology to business for business. So if I look like I've been around a bit, I have. When I was your age, I didn't even know, well, there weren't geeks, but if there were, I would have so desperately wanted to be doing this. I left it a little bit late in my career to join, but I'm here because I want to be a geek. I'm here because I want to learn. I've got stuff to share. Don't think I know it all, because I don't know much at all. But I know how to explain things. I know how to look at problems. I know how not to run around screaming when it breaks. I'm happy to share those principles with you. Generally, I try and fix things, and I'm good at fixing things because you have no idea how much I have broken in the course of my career, and nobody else found out about it. So I'm basically to talk things. I do tech, but if you want coding, I will nod wisely, smile probably, and I'll reach out for someone who can help. So please don't put me too much on the spot. But I can talk you through debugging, because guess what? That hasn't changed. It's usually a silly mistake. Very good at spotting missing semicolons, by the way. That's me. I'm here. Please ask for help. Presentation, making it understandable, keeping it simple, and learning how to handle disasters in the presentation so nobody else notices. I'm your guy.
Let's give Mr. Steve Jones a round of applause. Tremendous man, impeccable man, well spoken, sir. I admire you. You're doing incredible things. You have a great mind. Let's give him a round of applause. Any other mentors before we move on? I know we already spoken to this beautiful man right here. So how are you? What's your name, sir?
Hi everyone, Nicholas Owen, also from Snow, along with Jared, also cyber defense specialist, so working on defending clients' environments. My focus is slightly more on governance, risk management and compliance, but also quite heavily focused on the hardening and strengthening of clients' environments and infrastructure. Excited to work with everyone.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause, everybody. Is that it? Any other mentors? Yeah. How are you?
I'm good.
Very good.
Hi everyone, I'm Sibahle. So what I do
I research and about problems, not just any problem. Problems that has to do with digital identity. Problems that has to do with us. And also develops related solutions, not just any solution. Using technology, using coding. So I'm here looking for anyone, a group, individuals who will be who come up with ideas or solutions that has to do with solving problems with digital identity. Solving problems to make sure that our identity is secure in cyberspace. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sibahle. You have a camera? Okay, I'll take a picture of you.
Hi guys, I'm Misho, the guy with the camera.
I feel like I do a lot of introduction before they also do the introduction. Anybody else? Any other mentor, mentee?
What you can do coordinators as well.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Don't know if it's on, but hi everyone. My name is. I'm sure you can hear me though. My name is Lungile. I'm from ITWeb. So I'm going to be coming around doing a few interviews. I just want to put that out early before I put you guys off when you're in the zone. So I'm going to be doing some teams as well as the mentors. So good luck everyone and kill it.
Thank you. I would love to interview with you. Thank you so much. All right, let's give a round of applause, everybody. Any coordinators that would love to say a word?
Just the people that will be assisting throughout.
Anybody that will be assisting throughout?
Okay. I'm Leslie. I'm from ITWeb, so I'll be making the movie of you guys.
Beautiful. Thank you. Give a round of applause, everybody. Let's let this young man speak.
Hi everyone. My name is Simnikiwe. I'm part of the Startup Business Campus. I'm a portfolio manager responsible for digital assets and platforms. So I'm able to guys. If you need some technical help, I'm here for you.
Impeccable man. Very much savvy in the space of IT. I've seen him do incredible things. Give a round of applause. Very brilliant.
Hi everyone, I am Shavi. I'm a sound engineer.
All right, round of applause, everybody. Sound engineer. All right, so we'll come over here. We got an impeccable young man here. You can stand up, sir, with the Startup Business Campus sweater on. It's not that cold. Yeah, you can stand up, sir.
Hi everyone, I'm Sibahle Lungile. I'm a facility manager in Startup Business Campus. Thank you so much.
Very impeccable man, hardworking, and he knows how to structure things. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, sir, introduce yourself.
Hello, good people. Hey, it's hard to speak on the microphone, but I'm Tebo Likwejobo. I'm the digital content and engagement strategist of the Startup Business Campus. I'll be also moving around, taking pictures, videos, so watch out. Thank you.
So because I do a whole lot of speaking for Startup Business Campus, Tebo does an incredible job with the camera and the work that we do when we showcase it on Instagram. He, with just my face, but he's the background guy. You guys don't really see people that work behind the scenes and they do incredible work. So let's give a round of applause to everybody that is behind the scenes.
Hi everyone, I'm Tato Mkwena from B Culture and I'm a project manager.
All right, Any, sir? Yes. Shining by the light. I'm so sorry. I gotta say it. All right, sir. All right. What do you do? What's your name, sir?
I was hoping not to do this. Morning, everyone. My name is Kerrisa. I am into robotics at ITWeb. I brought these young guys here to go head in head with most of you. But over and on top of that, I do a bit of development. So if I'm allowed to need something, I can assist at all times.
All right, let's give a round of applause to everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate all of you. Right now, I'm going to ask the mentors to please get to your teams just so we can get the show going. Let's do that, please. Thank you guys so much.
Do you know where Ben is? In front of the camera. I think he's in the boat. Next door? Yeah, in the boat. Yeah.
more likely than the fire thing. And to be honest, in a fire, people intuitively
Yeah, but just give me a second before we start. So you got sound? I can send a message to everyone to go back. The video, the response wants me to do it says, really sorry, it's live. It's live. It's live. Okay. Sure. So if you've got the bird's eye, you have as well. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're here at the ITWeb Security Summit 2023, here on the exhibition floor at Samson City Convention Center. I'm joined today by Stuart from a company called Psycho. Stuart's come from the UK. He was just telling me he's come via another place, but he's here ostensibly from the UK. And I believe you're talking in a panel later on today. But I think let's go through a bit about what you're going to talk about in the panel.
Yes.
Just to perhaps give me a little bit of a precursor. What's the topic? What are you focusing on?
So the topic that we're talking on later is critical national infrastructure and the securing of the critical national infrastructure.
Okay.
It's very important to us that, you know, all the assets that we have in the country, you know, water, power, electricity, wind farm, all of these things are secure. Because if they don't, we're really in trouble. So the main topic of the conversation is trying to secure.
Okay. Obviously, we can't talk about anything in South Africa without talking about load shedding.
Yes.
But yeah, let's come on to that in a minute. I think the key focus that you were talking to me about earlier is it's not about securing the perimeter, it's not about securing your SOC. It's about securing the engineers, and I think that's a kind of an interesting approach. So yeah, maybe if you can dig into that a little bit deeper.
Yeah, sure. So it's our belief that if a threat actor is going to target a company, if we just take water, for example, then they're not going to go after an IT team.
Sure.
You know, the IT teams have big budgets, they have lots of technology, they have lots of training, but they're going to go for the low-hanging fruit, which is the electrical engineer or the water engineer that's been in the company for 25, 30 years, that is close to retirement or something like that and doesn't have any knowledge of security. You know, so these are the people that they're going to be targeting and not that IT cluster within the organization. So it's our belief that we should be at least having an awareness level of security and how to secure yourself and how to secure your company to make sure that, you know, whatever it is that you're protecting is secure.
Okay. So how are you getting these kind of disinterested guys? Maybe they're kind of, it's towards the end of my time here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really want to pay attention to these newfangled cybersecurity things. How do you get them into use? How do you get their buy-in?
So one of the things that we've been focusing on is rewriting the literature to being what we call safety speak, because when you go offshore for an oil and gas rig, or if you go into a nuclear power station, you have to have a health and safety assessment before you go, and that's all in safety speak. So we've tried to rewrite the IT security posture in sort of an engineering safety speak, and try, because they are aware of this and they've been practicing it for 20, 30 years, and they are used to the terminology that's been thrown around. So we've sort of tried to rewrite the culture for that as well.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay, and have you done any business out here in South Africa, or is this your first kind of time here and you're trying to see how the markets sit together?
This is my first time in South Africa, and it's actually the company's first time in South Africa as well. We have some clients in North Africa, but when the UK High Commission put together the trade mission that we're on just now, and we had an internal discussion, it was absolutely a country that we wanted to come out to and see what was here. We've had some very interesting conversations so far with some very interesting companies, and I think it's been a fantastic event so far.
And are you talking to kind of general companies? Or are you focusing in on the critical infrastructure companies? Like who's kind of been chatting to you the most?
So we found it's more like a partnership approach here. So the critical national infrastructure companies, we've only had one or two conversations in this, but it's more like the MSSPs and the other providers, you know, maybe SOC providers and this kind of stuff. They're very interested in talking to us about potential partnerships going forward. They have clients in mind, or they have they've got particular sites in mind that they want to go into and help us secure. So partnerships has absolutely been the way forward here.
Okay, and you're open to partnerships with local. Okay,
absolutely. The thing is, the companies that are based here know the infrastructure and they know the people here better than I do. You know, I'm a foreigner coming in, and whilst we do have security knowledge, especially in the critical national infrastructure, we need people here that know the culture.
Sure.
And so I would much rather go through a partner who knows, you know, that they might know the people inside that company and how they talk and work. I would much rather do that than directly approach a company. So open to partnerships for sure.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Well, Stuart, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
And what time's your presentation on your panel?
So it's at 2:35 on track 4.
2:35, track 4. If you're around, go and check it out. Okay, thanks, guys. And we're back again here at the exhibition floor at the ITWeb Security Summit 2023. I'm joined today by Lungile Adrian. So Lungile is from ITWeb. She's one of my colleagues, but she's been covering the hackathon for us, which is running concurrently with the main event here at the Security Summit. So you spent some time chatting to the teams there.
Yeah.
Can you give us a bit of an overview of how it's set up, what the teams are covering, what their challenges, and how the whole day is structured, really?
So we started out early in the morning with some amazing speakers. We also had a speech from Ivan as well, just to welcome the team and the members. The team started fluttering in slowly, and as far as I know, they are divided into a red team and a blue team.
Okay.
Each team has some mentors that are going to be helping them through the hackathon, providing solutions. Some teams are on the offense, some teams are on the defense, because it is all about cybersecurity. You know, team this year is trust no bots. So it is about solving those sort of problems. You've got mentors that are there for digital citizens there to make sure that the cyberspace is, safe for ordinary citizens. You've got Snowed, you've got Telspace. So it really is very exciting.
Okay, so you've got a red team and a blue team,
Yeah.
and they're kind of, one's trying to attack and the other's trying to
Yeah.
defend. Okay, cool. So what are you, like, how far are they into it? We're now at about, I would say, 12 o'clock on day one. So how far have they been going?
They've been going, they started around 10 in the morning, so they've been going for almost 2 hours now. When I left, they were going to have a short lunch break just to refresh the brain and get some energy. But the teams are really going for it. They're really going in hard, and some team members came alone but have joined other teams, so that's exciting, because then it means the ideas they have might be restructured to fit into their new teams. So that's very exciting. So really excited to see where it's going to go, how they're going to progress as the day goes on.
And do you know how long it's going to last? Like you said, we're a couple of hours in now. Are they just going to today? Are they working through the night? Like, how's it work?
They are going to work through the night, and during the night they will have to upload their solutions and their programs onto, I think it's called, I forgot the name, but there is a platform that has been designed for them so that the mentors can guide them, show them what they're missing, what they have, and sort of give progress on each team. Each team has to do it, or else they won't be able to judge at the end of the program. And tomorrow, which is day 2, they'll carry on with the hack from 1 o'clock in the morning until 4. They'll take a short break just to refresh, and then they'll come back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon again, where then the mentors will go through everything and then pick first, second, and third prize, and as well as hacker of the day.
Okay, so as well as playing as a team, it's all about you individually as well,
it
how
is
you
about
perform.
how you innovate and how you change so that your solution fits into a real life problem that people go through in the cyberspace.
Okay, fantastic. Lungile, that's been very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I hope to hear from you tomorrow. Give us a new update.
Of course.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Firewalls are great, they're not solving anything. So the idea is what happens when that happens gets in. And this is where producers assume a breach. It's with platforms, as you can see, without credentials. We started with no credentials, meaning that an attacker had to wait to get in somehow. What does it do now? Sniffing credentials, cracking them, estimating them, getting them out. Where from? Gentleman has is what happens if I'm not connected to different sites and I'm not specifically connected to the network. So we have something that is called distributed attack nodes, where we'll put different nodes in those environments. All right, you have a mother node with the GPU and the GUI and the operational and the platform, and you will connect to those attack nodes, dynamic attack nodes. It can be a VM. It's not something that you need hardware for. You connect to them, and you run the attack from there. And all the information will come back into the pretender. So not a problem. We deal with huge companies like BlackRock in the US, where they have 300,000 distributed
So nobody hears the problem.
But we do also the structured training. So that's what we also do is we are not a software. That's interesting to know.
Anybody interested from the audience collaborate? They can info@design under the upskilling is actually a partnership. So we are not doing it alone, we are partnering with the private sector, with academia in order to get the best between them.
Fantastic. And then just a final question before we let you go. In terms of AI, and AI has been very popular in context today, and the power of ChatGPT, how does
I'm here with Mark T Hofmann, who is an independent cyber researcher and author. Or not? Have you written any books?
Not yet. So I would say crime and intelligence analyst, and mainly focused on the aspects of behavioral and cyber profiling, and talking a lot about these topics all around the world. Yeah.
How did you get into this?
Well, basically, all my life I was interested in human psychology, but of course, at first it was not cyber psychology; it was just like normal psychology. Then I studied business psychology, and I got involved into crime and intelligence analysis. So my focus in the beginning was behavioral profiling, so classical criminal profiling, so to say, at real physical crime scenes. But at one point, I realized that the very smart offenders and perpetrators cannot be found in the real world, they can be found in cyberspace. So the real masterminds are not serial killers, and they're not rapists, they are hackers. So right now, this group of criminals, hackers, are for me the most fascinating because their intellect is the most challenging, and they are definitely the most fascinating offenders. Yeah.
So in your talk that you gave earlier today, you said you made mention of what you say like it's kind of like a linguistic fingerprint.
Yes.
Ideolect. Is that what you call it?
Right.
And so 90% of these attackers are 90% are males hackers.
Well,
yes. Better question is, have you ever come across a woman hacker?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And they become more. But we can also see in the cybersecurity world, on the good side of things,
it mirrors it.
What is like the number of male-female ratio in that room right here at the conference? I would say it's at least 80-20, but it might be 90-10.
Yeah.
So basically, we can see the same ratio amongst criminals. It's mainly a main phenomenon, but there are more and more females getting engaged into these kind of topics. And I don't know if this is a good sign or a bad sign, because inside crime, we don't talk that much about quotas. There shouldn't be female quotas for hackers, because there shouldn't be hackers at all. So I don't want to say that that's a good thing, but yes, it's getting more females, so to say.
And how does that thing work? I mean, how can it, you use that program, Gender Guesser, so it can guess how does it do that?
Right. At this point of time in the business world, we talk a lot about the threats and the danger of artificial intelligence. So we talk about how hackers use ChatGPT to attack companies. We talk about deep fake technology, and I also made some examples in my keynote speech how deep voice or deep fake videos can be used by hackers to trick people into believing that this is the CEO asking them to transfer money or whatever. So we talk a lot about the dark side of AI. But I think that artificial intelligence is also a chance for cybersecurity professionals to catch hackers, to get one ahead. So we can also use this technology to fight against cybercrime. And the analysis of language is just one example of how cyber profiling works. So everybody knows what a dialect is. A dialect is just a regional difference in the way we use language. But there was a lot of research going on about the so-called idiolect or forensic linguistics. So basically, the two of us, we do not just have a different dialect, but we also have a different idiolect, which is something like a personal dialect, so to say. So the length of your sentences, the mistakes you make, the words you use. If the verb is most of the time in the beginning or in the end of your sentence, also interpunction, what kind of emojis you use in written communication, this is like your very personal idiolect. And think about it. Think about the concept. A linguistic fingerprint or linguistic DNA. Does something like this exist? And the answer is yes, but it depends on the mass or number of data points you have. So if I just write you a phishing email with 5 sentences, this might be too less information. But and in the future, it might be possible for police or intelligence agencies to identify people based on manifestos or based on anonymous posts on forums. It might be able to identify people if you have enough data. So this is quite interesting stuff, how artificial intelligence can be used to catch hackers by identifying their linguistic fingerprint. Yeah.
So they haven't done it yet. I mean, I know they'll be able to find out. You can basically find out where the hackers are based at the moment using these basic, how spelling of names and way of speaking. So, and the language, obviously. So then we can. But that's as far as we've got, right?
Well, it does not sound as much, but sometimes it's better than nothing. If
Yeah.
you know if it's an individual or a group of people, if you know if the attack is coming maybe from North Korea, from Russia, from China, or wherever it
One
may
of the
come
usual
from.
suspects.
So having like the origin, the size of the group, and maybe identifying other attacks which also have been done by this group, it's better than nothing, and it can help to get one step closer. But I don't want to lie, catching hackers is much more difficult than catching criminals in the real world, because there is no physical evidence, so to say. There are no fingerprints, there is no DNA, there's nothing you can rely on in cyberspace, so it's much more difficult. But I'm an optimist, and I think we should. It's better than nothing, yes. And gender guesser, you mentioned this tool. It's an artificial intelligence which is able to find out your gender based on as few as like 30 words or something. So you just type in something like, "Hi, how are you doing? Do you want to have a tea tonight?" And it says 90% male. And I'm pretty amazed, because me as a profiling expert, if you give me 30 words and ask me a question, where does this person come from, how old, and what's the gender? If it's just 30 words, like, "Hi, how are you doing? Should we have a beer tonight?" Well, maybe the beer would be an indicator for male. There's a higher probability. But besides that, I'm not able to tell anything. But artificial intelligence is able to tell quite a lot based on very few information. And that makes me optimistic that linguistic profiling will become a real tool to fight against cybercrime in the future.
I mean, just on that, I would say that in my limited experience, I would say that most of the people in cyber are optimists. Would you agree with that?
Well,
I'm a pessimist.
You're right.
I think that I suppose there's as much of a case as there is for optimism, there is as much a case for pessimism. It's from where I'm sitting. It's as you said, it's not a question of if, but when you get breached.
Right. So definitely, there are two types of companies that have been attacked and companies that will be attacked.
Yeah.
So there will be people trying to attack you. The only question is, how good prepared are you when people try to do it? Will they be successful? And if they are successful, how fast will you be back to business? How good prepared are you? But of course, there's always something we can do. So the question is, cybercrime is now out there, but what's the solution? As a keynote speaker, I always try to encourage companies that digitization is very important, because what should we do? Should we go back to pen and paper? This can't be the solution. I always say, even if it sounds quite hard, but I always say, if you don't digitize your business because you're scared of cybercrime, basically this is pretty much like killing yourself because you are afraid of being murdered. So if you don't digitalize and invest in digital tools right now, probably in the year 2030, you won't play a role anymore. So of course, we need these digital tools. We need cloud technology and all that stuff. But at the same time, we need to find a balance between technology and cybersecurity. But I'm optimistic that it's possible to build a technical firewall and also a human firewall inside a company to be as safe as possible. Yeah.
Yeah. On the human firewall business, but that is, maybe you could just explain that a bit more. Is this basically it's rooted in staff training, staff awareness, and for the whole company, led by management, endorsed by management. It just takes one click, though.
Right. So yes, basically it's all about awareness. So building this human firewall means training employees and building up the awareness. Pretty often, and I said this in my speech at these conferences, there are experts talking to experts about expert topics. That's fine. But in the end, who's clicking these links? it's the intern, it's the receptionist. These are normal people who, quite frankly, give a shit about cybersecurity. And that's important that we understand that our target group, the normal employee, these are people who don't care that much about cybersecurity, and they are not interested. They are not fascinated by these topics. So I think we really should make cybersecurity as entertaining as possible to reach and inspire people. Many IT departments send a weekly cyber update, but it's pretty boring. It's just a sheet of paper, and it's really boring. The layout, no pictures, it's boring, and people don't read it. And if people don't read it, then it's a waste of everybody's time. So making videos, making it more inspiring is the only way to reach normal people. And awareness, it sounds like a buzzword, but it can really be the key to prevent very serious attacks. Let me give you an example with deepfake technology. I talked about, I mean, for the audience watching right now, how do you know that you're seeing us? You only have 2 data points. You're seeing us and you're hearing us. But the technology of deepfakes has become so extremely good that you can't be sure anymore. So right now, you can't be sure that it's me talking to you, because seeing and hearing in a video is not enough evidence, because right now you can make excellent deepfakes based on just 1 minute of somebody's voice.
Yeah.
But what can you do against it? It sounds pretty, I mean, we can't believe our own eyes. This sounds scary. Like, everybody can pretend this is the CEO with the real CEO's voice and say, please transfer money. What can we do against it? Very simple, ask questions.
Yeah.
And I also said this on stage. If my girlfriend would be calling me from a foreign number, telling me, Mark, I have been robbed, or honey, I have been robbed, you need to send me $2,000 immediately.
Yeah.
I would say, no problem, honey, but first I will ask 2 security questions. We really got to this point where we should ask questions or agree on a code word inside families. So basically, deepfake is a concerning technology, but it's so easy to tackle or to fight against it. Just ask questions that only that person would be able to answer. So if the fake CEO is calling and telling with a real voice, you should make this transfer, it's very urgent, you need to do it right now, no questions, I trust only you in this company, so don't talk to anybody about it. I would say, all right, sir, I will definitely make this transaction, but first I want to ask 2 security questions. Yesterday we went to a meeting. There were 4 people in this room. Please give me the name of at least 3 of these people.
Okay.
And an attacker which cloned the voice with a perfect pen will have a hard time in answering these kind of questions. So it's so easy to fight against it, and the only question is this person aware or not? Because if you never heard of a deepfake, hearing somebody's voice will immediately convince you.
Sure.
But if you heard a couple of speeches about deepfakes over and over again, showing you what deepfakes can do, what deep voice technology can do, if then a foreign number is calling you, telling you, hi honey, it's me, well, probably before you are in panic, you should maybe call the real number. Like if your mom or your girlfriend is calling, call the real number. And probably they will tell you, no, today we didn't talk to each other. So it's pretty easy to find out the truth, but you need to be aware,
So, I mean, has a deepfake, there was an example in another slide, in another talk about fake attack on the Pentagon with smoke and flames.
Yeah.
You're not aware of an actual real life event, right? This is just theoretical.
With deepfake technology, I am. So in Dubai, there's one case which
you do a lot of work in Dubai.
The biggest right now. I work quite a lot in the United Arab Emirates and in Germany. So I'm based in Berlin and Abu Dhabi. And in Dubai, there has been a case where the voice of one bank director has been cloned, and an employee in that bank has been manipulated with deep voice technology. So they cloned the voice of the bank director, and they advised another employee to make a transfer of $35 million. So this is like the biggest bank robbery in the world. And it didn't happen with guns or weapons physically. It happened with deep voice technology, and that's pretty amazing. But at this point of time, it's not that common. But I'm quite happy to get one ahead. So this is a time where I can give people like an idea what social engineering will look like in 3 or 5 years. So I'm quite happy that it didn't happen yet too much. But there has been cases also in the Ukrainian war There's been a deepfake video of Zelensky calling the Ukrainians to lay down the weapons and to surrender. So there has been very serious incidents. And let me make this prediction: if there is an election between Biden and Trump next year, it will be very ugly. It will be ugly because a lot of deepfakes will be spreaded on TikTok from both sides. Yeah. And we will have a hard time telling if something is true or not.
Okay, well, that's a good prediction, and I can see how that's going to happen. It's also kind of interesting to me how the war has been playing out in Ukraine, and how technologically advanced the Ukrainians are. They're obviously getting a lot of help.
Right.
I mean, this is the first war that's getting full grown, as far as I can see. But it's also seeming. Have you heard anything about cyber in that conflict?
Absolutely. Cyber incidents are going up, and there has been even German, how's it called, wind power plants have been hit by a cyber attack. So basically,
early on. Yeah.
The software controlling these machines has been hit, but many people say this was a coincidence. So the target was not these German wind power plant things. The target was basically satellite or the communication system used by the Ukrainian army. But frankly, this system controls like different things all over the world. So Germany was more like a coincidence because the main target was Ukrainian communication. So this is also happening in space and in cyberspace. And there are a lot of incidents where it's, in many cases, it's not proven that it came from Russia, but you see incidents or attacks on critical infrastructure going up, and it's quite likely, many institutions say that it's quite likely that Russia or other parties are involved. So of course it has become a political, and in a political conflict like this, also the cyber incidents go up. Yeah.
I think we know we're almost out of time, but what's the cyber landscape looking like in Germany?
Well, of course there are a lot of threats, and there are also a lot of excellent companies in the private sector. But let me tell you this, from the government side or as a country, I don't think that Germany is in cybersecurity as excellent as we have been in other areas, like building cars or having great engineers. So I'm a little bit sad because Germany has brilliant minds. But at this point of time, I really think we are missing the train, and other countries are much more ahead of these topics. So why am I moving more and more from Berlin to Abu Dhabi? Because the United Arab Emirates right now for cybersecurity professionals provide, in my personal opinion, a better environment to develop these skills and stuff. I mean, Italy banned ChatGPT. This is how parts of Europe deal with artificial intelligence, and Germany or Europe as a whole is discussing about how can we ban artificial intelligence. And this is naive because every single other country in the world will be developing and using this technology, and it might be that Germany or Europe might be the lonely place that tries to forbid artificial intelligence. These are some developments which I think are wrong, but that's my personal opinion, and if people disagree, that's fine, but in my opinion, it's the wrong way to try to forbid artificial intelligence. Yeah,
it's a terrible idea, in my view. You can't put the genie back in the bottle.
Yeah. Even though there are threats, and Altman is also warning about the end of humankind, so to say. So these are very serious threats, but the idea of forbidding it in one country, that's naive.
Yeah. Mark, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here with Kerrisa Varma she is the managing executive for cybersecurity at Vodacom and the president of the Women in Cybersecurity, the Southern African affiliate. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I'm interested in how you got to where you. How did you get to where you are at the moment?
That's such an interesting question because to tell you the honest truth, I thought I was going to become a doctor way back when. Started studying med school, realized I don't like touching people, so being a doctor would probably be a bad job for me. Yeah, very far away from it as well. And I decided, well, maybe touching computers was something more that I was more tuned to. Got a bursary to study in Malaysia, 4 years in Malaysia, came back, got taken into a cybersecurity team, kicking and screaming. Was my first job ever in technology.
Where?
At Telkom.
Okay.
And I've been across so many different industries, always in cybersecurity, and pretty much every role that is in cyber. And now I get up cybersecurity for Vodacom Group.
Right. So before we get to the Vodacom piece, I'm interested in your presidency of the Women into Cybersecurity local chapter. Why do you need to have you don't need to accept men? Is it just for women?
So actually, our conference that we had in March, we had an all-male panel talking about gender equity because I believe it's a conversation that both men and women should be having.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, why do we need? I mean, is it because women are woefully underrepresented in cyber?
Yeah.
And we're trying to fix this.
Exactly right. So I mean, there's been so many conferences, so many boardrooms that I've walked into where I've been the only woman leader at the table, and it's not something that I believe should be normal. It's something that we have to do something to change. And I think instead of sort of sitting back and taking lip service to a problem, I really wanted to do something constructive to solve the challenges that we have. And RESIS gives me the opportunity to build a community of both men and women that are invested in gender equity.
Okay, so why are we? I mean, is this the reasons are quite well known. I would imagine like a lack of STEM women in STEM girls coming up through the pipeline. And once they do get there, they're not made to feel especially welcome. Unwanted attention is how I heard it described the other day. What else can you think of?
Yes, I mean, I think it's a multifaceted problem. So if you think 20 years back, and you think who was in technology, it was predominantly men. There were no women in technology 20 years ago.
Sure.
So we're coming from a history that's far worse than where we are from a diversity perspective. And a challenge like that doesn't get solved overnight. So you don't wake up one morning and go, well, we're 50-50 gender equity. It takes constructive work year on year to build towards it. So I think for me what's very encouraging is we're starting to tip the scale. So we're starting to solve the challenges of the past, but we still have a socioeconomic environment that, especially in Africa, along with societal norms, that still constricts what a woman can and can't do. I was having a conversation with a very young girl, a student, a few years back, and it always sticks in my mind. She was bubbling, bursting with energy, wanted to get into cybersecurity. And we were having lunch together, and her face just drops. And I go, why? Why are you so upset? And she's, well, I believe I can do it. My grades are good. I'm so passionate about cyber. But when I go back home to my community, I'm told that a woman is only fit for one thing. And this was 3 years ago. So I'm not talking about something that's happened 10 years ago.
And that's about marriage.
It's about getting married. It's about having a home.
Sure,
so our societal norms are still very much, while we're progressive, and a lot of our world is now starting to change in the grassroots, in the townships, in the communities that are hard to reach. We are still very our thinking around women is sometimes still quite backward.
So how are you then quantifying success?
Yeah,
I mean,
good question.
how do you actually judge if
Yeah,
you're
it's a
making
good
a
question.
difference?
So I think for me, one of the big things about research is community, and I'm really proud about the fact that we started to build a massive community. So Research Southern Africa is only 2 years old. We're still a baby, but we've got 1,000 followers on LinkedIn. We have more than 150 women on our WhatsApp channel. And these women engage with each other all the time. If you ask me how do I measure success, and right now it's incidentally, but I was walking around the conference floor today, and one of the ladies stopped me and she said, I was on the Research WhatsApp group, and I reached out to another woman on the group and I said, I'm young, I'm a grad, I want to grow, I want an opportunity. And I've been with her now for 6 months, I've got a new opportunity, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Amazing.
And then her boss says to me, and she's brilliant, like, where was this diamond in the rough that I couldn't see? Just bringing us all together has allowed us to actually hear those voices that are at the grassroots, hear those girls trying to come up into cyber and take chances of them, give them the opportunity. And for me, those stories are really what makes, I do research as part on top of a full-time job, but it makes research so fulfilling for me when I do that.
Yeah, no, it's a network. The how long has the global body been going?
Oh, it's quite a while. I don't have the exact date, but they've been around for quite a while. Started in the US. They've got affiliates all over the world. They're backed by some of the biggest tech companies out there. Palo Alto, Microsoft, AWS, all the big tech giants are behind them. And I think everyone really understands that with diversity comes. And if you think about it, our adversaries are really diverse, right? They're from all over the world. They're just really a diverse bunch of people that are attacking us. The more diversity we get into cybersecurity, the better we are at understanding that landscape and being able to react to it. So I think a lot of the big global tech giants have realized that they have to partner with an organization like Research to be able to sustainably solve these challenges.
Indeed. I don't know if you heard the speech by Mark earlier about how they are find out the gender of the hackers. Yes. Yeah. And they still mostly men on that side.
Exactly.
Exactly. And he said you probably don't want to start enforcing gender among hackers because there shouldn't be hackers.
Exactly. You don't want a diversity target there.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I just want to kind of just draw you a bit further on that question. Accountability, because it's a very slow kind of journey. And I mean, I've been, writing about technology for 7-8 years now, and since the beginning, I've heard about the story of more diverse teams make better products. We haven't got enough women. We haven't got enough girls coming through the pipeline, and it's just it's a real slow battle, and it's a real slow thing that has to happen. And this problem is going to be with us for decades, probably.
And it's worse in pockets. I think we're getting better in certain areas of cybersecurity.
Like what?
So if you look at governance, risk, and compliance, we actually have quite a bit of females going into governance, risk, and compliance.
Okay.
We have a lot of females going into awareness. We don't have a lot of females at the deeply technical components of cyber and the senior leadership levels. That's where we're really struggling. We're struggling with those deep technical skills and the senior leadership positions. And one of the things that's also really powerful about research is we're trying to be a role model. We're trying to say it is doable, because I think a lot of times women take themselves out of the running. They don't throw their hats into the ring because they think it's too hard. Cyber is too technical for me. It's too difficult a career. And so we're trying to position women who have done it, role models that are deeply technical, that have, all great expertise, and put them together with young girls. They can see it's something they can do. And what I really love about research as well is we're taking the most senior people in cyber, the most senior females in cyber, and we're putting them directly connected to our young girls. So there's no hierarchy, there's no airs and graces. You have direct access. At one of our events, we all talk to each other like we all come from the same place. So for me, I think that role modeling to solve both the deeply technical side and the leadership side is so important in unlocking in our own minds that we can do it.
What's the gender split in your cyber department in Vodacom?
Close to 50-50 actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So would you say that was a more of a kind of, so you have been more intentionally hiring more women, or is it just that's just the way?
We have. So we've actually applied a policy where we try and be very careful about the diversity in general splits in who we interview. And we found that if we are very careful about who we interview, we tend to have better outcomes when we hire from a diversity in general perspective. But I mean, I also have the same challenges. I'm not saying like I've solved everything. Once again, the ladies that I have, very few of them in my cyber defense team. The people that are threat hunting, that pen testing, very few of them are women. And I'm struggling to find females in that. We need to create the female talent in those spaces.
I mean, I have got very little technical knowledge about cyber, but it must be, I mean, I can't imagine a worse target to be compromised than a telco, other than a bank, but probably worse as a telco, because telcos are almost banks these days anyway.
We connect everyone.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I don't think any detail about your any detail as much comfortable as you're giving about what your daily life looks like.
So I mean, I'm very blessed at Vodacom, to be honest. I think it's an organization that really takes cybersecurity very seriously. If you look at our financial statements, for example, cyber is one of our top risks, and we treat it as a top risk. So the investment, the focus, the people, the culture is all directed towards that being top risk, because we realize we're an integrator, we're a connector, and so our posture is hugely important, not just us, but to our customers as well. So I'm very blessed from that perspective. But I think if you ask any CISO out there, the job is not a walk in the park. It's never a walk in the park. But I think we're also a little bit of adrenaline junkies. We become over time addicted to the speed and addicted to the fast pace and addicted to the change and the continuous adaptation. Like if you ask me what does my day look like? It looks completely different every day. Completely different. And I don't know any other field where I can have that amount of diversity and that amount of exposure across the length and breadth of an organization other than cyber.
And do you do any kind of training, awareness training?
Of course. All big corporates do awareness training.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge, I mean, I think most people out there will tell you people are either your biggest asset or your biggest liability.
Yeah.
But I think also, you train and you educate, but you also have to plan for failure, because nobody's bulletproof. And I mean, you heard the talks this morning.
Sure.
People are just finding increasing tactics to be able to compromise us. So you have to almost have a layered strategy to say, well, if I'm compromised, it shouldn't be everything compromised.
Sure.
You have to have
segmentation,
different control to try and protect how far an attacker can go.
Are you implementing any kind of zero trust kind of initiatives in your company?
Yeah, I think most big corporates are.
Sure.
But I think it's
that's identity management.
Yeah. But I mean, I think it's also it's a lot. It's trust. It's like, I think it's become such a huge buzzword.
Yeah.
But it's not a silver bullet, and it's not something that you do at like the flip of a switch.
Yeah.
It's almost like a strategy that you need to work on. It's a change of the way we do technology. It's a change of the way a business operates. It's not just a cyber capability that you just put a technology in there and you get up and go. It's a change of really the way you behave as a technology team and as a company. And so that will take many years for most corporates to get to a point where we can go with completely zero trust.
And who's your CEO?
Shamil.
Shamil.
Yeah.
And does he do training?
Of course.
Is it?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, I'm at our Exco in a few weeks' time to do another training session.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I think that's all of the questions I have for you here. You're going to be chairing a panel on the human element of cybersecurity. I suppose the one question I do have, if you just think about just the general cyber landscape, I mean, you're an optimist, right?
course. You have to be.
Okay.
You have to be.
I'm a pessimist though. I mean, I just seem to think that it's just so hard to, you just got to keep up every day, carrying on.
I'm honestly an eternal optimist, and I think that's why I've been able to survive this field for so long. I think if you get stuck in the we can't get out of the mess and we can't get out of the and the bad is worse than the good, you will never take a step forward because you'll be frozen by fear. And my approach has never been to be frozen by fear. My approach has always been to say, how do we take the good and the bad and do the best that we can and just take that next step forward. Just take one step at a time, just keep improving. And that continuous improvement will put you slightly ahead of the guys that are frozen. And that being slightly ahead of the guys that are frozen makes you a harder target for an attacker.
Yes. Thank you. So we can find your Women in Cybersecurity. You got a website?
We do have a website.
Okay.
Yes, we've got a LinkedIn page,
Okay.
Facebook, all of that good stuff.
We'll find you there.
Yes.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here with Hippo Mikkonen, a legend in the cybersecurity world. To a couple of our, I think, security stuff before, and it's a great pleasure to be talking to you. You gave it your keynote a little earlier was entitled "If It's Smart, Vulnerable," which is also the title of your book that you published last year. I suppose the one thing I'd like to ask you is the thing I hear often from analysts, and I think it's quite a well-known problem, is that security controls almost get in the way of business. Seemingly, everyone will, or vast majority of people in companies will say that they will willingly circumvent security controls if it makes the job easier. So how would one go about getting this balance? I mean, what would it's to oppose forces in some way. I mean, what would be your view on that?
I think we're looking at security the wrong way around. Every time we think about the security teams in our company or in our organizations, we think about the guys and girls who always say no. Right? Could we do this? No. Why? Because security.
Yeah.
Could we use these systems or this application? Could you open up these ports in a firewall? No. I'm tired of that. The way we really should be thinking about security is that security is the enabler. It's the part of our organization which enables the rest of the organization to be productive and creative and to get their jobs done. It's the part that has to be there for us to be able to do our jobs. But I do a lot of briefings to company boards or leadership teams, and some of the largest companies in the world are looking at security not just a cost center, not just something that they have to throw money into to make sure they can work. They see it as an enabler, and they see it as something that can create revenue for themselves. They believe the companies that take better care of their security and privacy are better able to survive against their competitors. And in many cases, you can actually provide services and products around security which they can sell to their customers. So thinking about security as a hindrance or a security team as a team which always says, no, that's history. We should be getting rid of that.
Okay. You did speak about your you've been in the cyberspace for decades.
Forever.
What could you maybe? What broad trends are you seeing? I mean, it's always been the case. I mean, you say it's always been these people who say no. I mean, that's been that way for decades. So what's changed?
When I look at the big trends over the last 30 years, because I've been working in the industry for more than 30 years, of course, the big shift was the fact that everything went online. The next big shift was the IoT and smart devices revolution. The fact that all parts of our society became computerized. The fact that every factory is basically a computer. Every car is a data center on 4 wheels. These are the big trends which are shaping things around us. And right now, obviously, the biggest trend is revolutions around machine learning and artificial intelligence. And as I told the audience earlier today, this revolution, the AI revolution, might be bigger than internet revolution. And that's saying something. Because internet changed everything. This might be bigger. That's how big these developments are. And the reason why it's all happening right now is that we've been building these machine learning systems and generative AI systems for 40 years, but we didn't have the computing power and the storage capability to have these massively large data learning storage systems. We finally have them now. We've just reached the level where we can do this. And now we are in the hottest AI summer in history.
Yes, you did say that. And you played a couple of very incredible deepfake videos. there was one with a guy with like the beard, but there was something wrong with his eyes. I just saw they got the blink, but there was something just not quite right. And is it like a case of like us learning to spot a photoshopped image, or is that the kind of trajectory we are?
You spotted the uncanny valley.
Exactly.
Which is what we call when we can tell that something is alien to us.
Slightly off, yeah.
Slightly off. It looks real, but something tells us that it's slightly off. And that's why we still see every then and now when we look at deepfake videos or deepfake images or even deepfake voice, we sometimes can tell that this isn't real, but it's almost repulsive. That we feel that it seems live, but it's not live, and there's something very basic in our understanding of that. But we won't be seeing those for much longer. These technologies are getting better every day, every week. You look at new announcements from the largest AI company in the world, it's hard to even keep up. In a year, in 2 years, you won't see anything off. When you look at where we will be with large language models like GPT, they will be drastically better than they are today. So we're living an unusual time in mankind's history.
So, I mean, as far as I can see, I was speaking to Mark earlier, and he gave me the example of I think it was a Saudi bank or bank in Dubai they were done out of $35 million when deepfake voice was used. Have you seen any other things like this? I mean, are we really on the cusp of a new danger? I mean, you can see the potential for it, but I mean, it's obviously going to be used for ill.
Yeah, and it's going to be used in massive scale. So CEO scams obviously can be done, have been done. It's not a huge problem yet, but it's quite obviously doable, and we will see more of that. We're seeing more things like automated romance scams. Romance scams are a huge problem already. Obviously, that's a home user problem, not a corporate problem.
Okay.
But it's something that has been going on for years, but now they can do it at scale.
Like saying send me money in romantically.
Yeah, no, people genuinely fall in love with someone online. And of course, if you are in love with the love of your life and they need help, you're going to help them. So people are not stupid to fall in love online. 40% of relationships already start online.
Yeah.
So these kind of crimes work. And they are especially cruel crimes, because when the victims realize they didn't just lose their money, they also lost the love of their life. And that's really cruel. But the thing which is happening now with these deep learning models is that the attackers can do it in any language, and they can do it at scale. Instead of fooling one user at a time, they can fool 1,000 users at a time. So these problems are already here, and they're already getting worse. And we will see much more things like deepfake voice and deepfake video, which will be used in things like CEO scams.
So it's like old 419 scams, but I mean, those people probably used to write those things by hand and then buy like so many email addresses to send them out. You don't get them anymore.
Yeah. But even those kind of attackers, which are very low, targeting the low-hanging fruit, even they are gaining access to these automated systems, because these are becoming easier and easier to use. The barriers for entry to use machine learning and AI are coming way, way down. Eventually, any idiot will be able to use them, and we will see attacks accordingly.
I don't know if I heard you correctly in your speech, but you said the greater complexity a network, the harder it is to defend.
Sure. Complexity is the enemy of security.
Could you just speak a little bit about that?
Sure. When we look at the two root causes of any data breach, any data leak, any malware outbreak, it's always either a technical problem or a human problem, like a human user doing something stupid, which we fix by education, or a technical problem, like a bug in the code, a vulnerability, an exploitable vulnerability that we can do against the system. And the more code we have, the more bugs we have. The more bugs we have, the more vulnerabilities we have. And if this is true, what we should be doing is to get rid of complexity in every turn we can. And that would mean that every new version of every application or every operating system would have less features.
Less code,
less bugs. And we're not doing that. We're doing exactly the opposite. We get more stuff, more code, more protocols, more features in every new update. So we're sort of shooting ourselves in the foot by adding more and more complexity into our systems. There's one exception that I have to this rule, which is remarkable, and that's the fact that when you look at, well, mobile phones, iPhone, for example, iPhone actually is in many ways much more simpler than a traditional computer. Maybe even a better example would be an iPad. You take an iPad Pro with a keyboard, and you take a MacBook. They look pretty much the same. You can do exactly the same things with both. They both look like a computer, but only one of them is a computer. MacBook is a computer. If you're a programmer, you can sit down and write a program for it and run the program on the computer. With your iPad, you can't do that. It's a consume-only device.
Yeah.
The only applications you can run are the ones you can download from the App Store. If you want to write a program for it, you can write a program, but you can't run it. You have to send it to California to be approved.
Yes.
Then you can run it.
It's a good analogy.
And that's a simplified system. There's less complexity. And the end result is you don't hear much about malware on iPads, do you?
Yeah.
So we have a success story right there. I would claim it's one of the biggest improvements in cybersecurity for the last 15 years.
That's very interesting. I hadn't thought of it like that. Okay, so that's I've learned something today.
Get rid of your computer, buy an iPad.
And you were talking about your Seamaster watch, which doesn't have any parts.
Yeah, this is the example.
Yeah.
Like when I speak about smart devices and vulnerable devices or accessible connected devices, the example I always use is my 21-year-old Omega, because there's no code here, there's no CPUs, it's not online, it's unhackable.
Yeah.
An unhackable device. Imagine that in this time of age. Then when you look at smartwatches, they might be very secure, but are they completely secure? No, they are not. It's made by humans. Humans make mistakes.
Yeah.
So they are hackable. They are hackable in the end, and that's the difference. We have old offline devices and then new smart devices, and everything that's connected can be hacked. If it's smart, it's vulnerable.
We're just going to wait for this announcement.
Oh, there's a lucky draw.
Yeah. I just got a couple of T-shirts.
Oh, okay.
That's all I've got. I did want to ask you though.
Oh, an iPad. I hope it's an iPad Pro with a keyboard.
Have you got an iPad?
I do actually.
Okay. Yeah. I also want to get one. I like the pen. The pen looks very nice.
It is. Did you watch the announcement yesterday? Are you going to get one of the Vision Pros?
The Apple new. Yeah, they look quite amazing.
Yeah, and quite expensive.
The thing that I thought was amazing is that you can actually see the person's eyes through the thing.
But it's not real. It's a display.
No.
Yes. You don't see the eyes for real.
So that is
it's a display.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, that is. I didn't know that.
Yes.
But I mean, it's the headset wars are coming. But I wanted to ask. We're just paying the rent here. But I think. What do you think of the augmented reality thing?
The thing I worry about AR and VR, especially when we talk about Facebook and Meta, is that the motives they might have might be varying. What I mean is that if you look at the business model of Facebook, they make all their money by profiling you and then selling advertisers access to you.
The product.
So the better they know what you like and what you hate, the more money they make. All right, with that hindsight, why would they be spending tens of billions in developing this metaverse? And I worry that the answer is they want to have a camera looking at your retina. Retina. Because your retina will tell you if you hate something or
you
like
love
something.
or,
You can't fake that.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you walk around in metaverse, you see your neighbor, and your eyes will tell you that you hate your neighbor.
Yeah.
And now they know that you hate your neighbor. You said nothing about it. You've never done anything about it, but they know.
Yeah.
And that's worrying, isn't it? And that's why it was so nice to see yesterday in the Apple keynote about Apple Vision Pro that they've actually implemented privacy for the things around your retina and around what you're looking. For example, an app that you're using inside doesn't see what you're looking at inside the app. Only Apple sees that, and that's in the secure enclave.
Apple are pretty good with security.
Apple is excellent with privacy preserving technology.
Yeah.
Because their main enemy is Google or Alpha, and they want to be different.
Exactly.
And Google makes all their money by destroying our privacy, so Apple tries to be different. And that's why I have an iPad.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about Ukraine because I've been watching that conflict now for 300, 400 days, however long it's been going on, and it's a horrifying thing to me. And I've been impressed with the Ukraine's technology fight. And I mean, I don't know if you've got any insights into that.
Well, I work with Ukrainians all the time.
Okay.
Last meeting I had with Victor Zera was 2 weeks ago. He runs the Ukrainian defense, cyber defense, or just the local CERT in many ways. So we do work with them. And yes, I've been impressed with Ukraine as well. Ukraine has defended themselves surprisingly good against the biggest country on the planet.
Yeah.
They've defended themselves in the real world, but also in the online world. In fact, I would claim that Ukraine is the best country in the world to defend their infrastructure against cyber attacks coming from the Russian government. I think they're better than the United States or UK or France or Japan or any country. And the reason is that they've been doing it for 7 years now. For 7 years, they've been seeing real attacks coming from Russian government over and over again, targeting their infrastructure. When you do something over and over again for years, you become good at it. And they've become the best in the world.
And so they're getting help. I mean, from yourself
and from especially Microsoft, for example, has been putting a lot of effort into helping. Alphabet has absolutely done the same as well. But it's not just the outside help; it's also the attitudes and the skills of Ukrainian defenders. And of course, I live right next to Russia. I live in Finland. We have 1,600-kilometer border with the Russians. Both my grandfathers fought the Russians in the Second World War. We understand very well that Ukraine is not just fighting for Ukraine. They're fighting for all of us. They're fighting for all of Europe.
Yeah.
Because if Russia wins in Ukraine, they're not going to stop them.
Exactly. Well, I'm glad we've got people like you there as well. I see we don't have much time left, but I suppose the one thing that I wanted to ask you was, and you might have answered it a little bit before, but how do we prepare ourselves and perhaps how do we prepare our children for a world, the world as we see it? I mean, in the cyber sense. I mean, how should cyber be taught at schools?
Absolutely, it should be taught in schools, and of course, in many schools, it is being taught. This has become a mandatory skill for all citizens to understand. We can't expect everybody to be an expert in cybersecurity, but everybody has to know the basics. And if end users, home users can't take the responsibility of cybersecurity, then maybe they shouldn't be given the responsibility. We could take away big parts of responsibility from the users who can't handle it to begin with. But the real long-term solution is a little bit different. We're dinosaurs.
Yeah.
We remember the time before the internet. You speak to 25-year-olds or younger, they don't. For them, the internet has always been there. Google has always been there. YouTube, Wikipedia, they've always been there. They're net native, and they think about online world differently from us. They are better equipped to handle living this life where we live 50% of our time in the real world and 50% in the online world. It's going to get better. We have problems because we're new in this world. They're going to be much better equipped to handle the challenges we face in the future.
So we're talking about their children. I suppose they would be better placed to.
It's going to get better.
Yeah. That's the question that I have for you. I mean, you're an optimist. Why? I mean, but as much as you make a case for optimism, I mean, you can also make a case for pessimism. I mean,
we shouldn't. We should be optimists. We're living the best time in mankind's history.
Yeah.
Technology is enabling things we could not have imagined. We are more prosperous than ever before. A big part of that belongs to technology. The benefit of that belongs to the technology revolution we've lived through. AI will be the next big game changer. Many people are worried about possible downsides. But if we get it right, if we are able to migrate superhuman intelligence, which is benevolent and which will help us, we will enter utopia. And I'm an optimist. I think we are going to get there.
I hear you, but I also think you know, that inequality has never been higher in our world. I mean, we're having this security conference in the most unequal country in the world, you know? And this is parts of my roots of my pessimism is rooted in this, because I just feel that there is widening inequality, and I don't think technology has particularly delivered on to decrease this inequality.
Sure. Well, I'm not gonna. Well, I agree with you in the sense that we have big problems where technology doesn't directly help, and the fact that technology enables completely new kinds of problems. And the fact that like conspiracy theories thrive now better than ever before. I don't think anybody saw that 30 years ago when internet started coming around. That's what happened. The fact that we have global risks online, global crime online, cyber war online, these are very real things. So technology is a tool. It's an enabler for good and bad. And we can't just pick the good parts out of it. This will apply to any future technology as well. I still remain an optimist, and I think we are living the golden time for humanity. I think it's going to get better in the long run.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. All the best.
Thank you.
Maybe I could have very interesting faces.
So if you are in IT, you need to learn how to communicate the value of your work in a business language. If your job is doing an annual risk report and explaining why these losses have occurred, you need to be able to translate the risk and the potential impact in the terms of your bottom line business function and explain why the cyber threats or the availability threats or your infrastructure threats or your employee threats are managed. Cyber risk is on the table with every other risk.
Yeah, that's what I want as well. Now we have admired.
Good day. We are joined by Bernard Chadenga here, live from the ITWeb Security Summit here at the Central Convention Center. We are going to talk about the trends that are affecting the cybersecurity industry, especially here in South Africa. Bernard Chadenga calls himself a virtual CISO. Thank you so much, Bernard, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Admire, and hello to everybody out there.
Thank you so much. Just to start with, Bernard, what is a virtual CISO?
So a virtual CISO is actually more like a CISO as a service. So think about it this way. There's a large number of different organizations, and one of the main challenges they're facing is they don't have the resources or the budget or the financial backing to be able to open up these larger offices, such as the CISOs, the chief anybody has to do with data, has to do with governance, has to do with security. So a virtual CISO will come in and be able to assist you with your cybersecurity governance, looking deep into the business, implementing some strategies and plans that can work over a set period. Normally it can happen over a budget cycle or over 3 years or over 5 years, depending on the size of the business and depending on what their operational plan is.
I understand, Ben, you'll be speaking tomorrow. Can you just give us maybe a preview of what you're going to be talking about for the people that are attending the event tomorrow?
Well, that's a great question. So tomorrow I am speaking about mobile security. So I want to share some insights around mobile security. Is it still even a thing? Are we still concerned about it? How much are we spending on it if we look at it from a budgetary perspective? And how much should we invest in terms of our cybersecurity controls? Now, at the back of all of this, we have to understand privacy has become an international thing that we're drilling into. Everybody's looking into this. Everybody wants to make sure that they're compliant to so many different laws. What's happening on our mobile devices? How much do you store in your phone?
Quite a lot, Ben. Yeah, I don't want to share all the details with you, but yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about tomorrow. You know, I'm talking about what about your mobile device? What happens when it's stolen? What about the mobile devices at home? You know, think about it this way. You have children. Every single person in your house has their own device. All of them are connected to the same network. Is that secure? You know, so tomorrow I'm going to share some insights. I'm going to be looking into this. I'm going to drill down into it and try to see, you know, even asking some questions around the room to see if it's a hazard, is it a threat, is it a vulnerability, is it something that we're thinking about?
So is it about our personal devices or the devices that we use to do work?
So now here's how we've moved. We've moved from a phase where before we used to get devices from our office, and these devices would be hardwired, you know, built only for work. But over time, our devices have gotten stronger and stronger. And it makes no sense for me to be carrying around 3 cell phones, you know? So more people are letting their phones have more of the applications that they need to get the job done. So that means that your phone not only has your personal life on it, it also has your professional life on it. It has all that data, every single application that you're using in your workforce, in your teams, in your operations, exists on the exact same phone that's also holding your WhatsApp, your Instagrams, and your family photo albums.
Thanks, Ben. I'm sure I'll join your talk tomorrow. Yeah, it should be interesting. And on another note, Ben, I understand you have worked for big organizations here in South Africa as a Chief Information Security Officer. What are the biggest cybersecurity trends that you have noticed amongst the organizations here in South Africa?
Thanks for that question, Admire. You know, what I've realized now is that I've taken a step back and started trying to reverse engineer. Where's the problem? And every single time I keep finding the exact same problem, and it has to do with cyber hygiene. You know, cyber hygiene is the most basic of concepts for cybersecurity. Something as simple as changing default passwords, something as simple as having a vulnerability plan. You know, how are you going to manage your vulnerabilities? How are you going to manage your hardware, your software? How are you managing access? And as simple as it sounds, so many people are getting it wrong. And every single vulnerability, every single attack that's linked to the press, things that you are reporting on, have to do with simple things as admin passwords. People aren't changing default passwords. People aren't looking at the most basic of facts. We used to think that things such as the CIS top 20 is outdated.
Yes.
But the CIS Top 20 and all these other cybersecurity frameworks are just a basic fundamental of what you need to do in your business to get things right. You know, and that's what's not happening right now. A lot of people aren't getting the basics right. And so you're thinking fast, you're thinking buzzwords like AI and machine learning, but you're not getting the basics right. So that's where the problem is. And that's what I see as something that we need to fix in the future.
There's also like a challenge of education, cybersecurity education amongst the employees. Some studies have shown that companies are not actually educating their employees about the cyber hygiene that we have just mentioned. In your experience as a chief information security officer, have you seen this improving or still a problem that they're having?
So it's actually a two-factor problem. So first things first, we don't have a very stable cybersecurity knowledge basis. So as a country, it's one of the articles that you released as ITWeb was about the security culture in terms of, are we teaching cybersecurity at universities? Are we teaching cybersecurity? Is there a course that's available? Just now they're speaking around these free courses and the training. So that's one problem. Are we teaching enough people? Are we training enough people to be able to become the cybersecurity specialists for these companies? And then the second side is everybody else. So I'm working in marketing, I'm working in finance. What do I need to really know about cybersecurity? Does my current company's cybersecurity team have an operational plan to educate me on cybersecurity? I mean, you can look around this great hall. There's a large number of companies that are providing security awareness sort of sets. And that's because of the fact that people need to upskill. I mean, like what we said about the mobile devices has to do with your everyday life. Cybersecurity is no longer about your professional life. Cybersecurity is about your real life. It's about your personal life. You never go around with your PIN code for your bank card stuck on your forehead or in your pocket. Likewise, you need to protect your password for your laptop and for your devices. We need to get to a certain level where we understand that cybersecurity education is as basic as our ABCs now, because it's embedded in our lives.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Ben. Always good to talk to you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bernard Chadenga, a virtual CISO. He'll be giving a talk tomorrow. There are a couple of more interviews coming up before we round up day one of this ITWeb Security Summit today. Enjoy.
Thank you so much.
And I'm the conference host for this year's ITWeb Security Summit. What concerns me the most right now, and when we compare where we are today versus where we were last year for the ITWeb Security Summit, cybersecurity has gone up even higher. And you know what's happening right now is that, you know, your traditional organized crime that you had in the past that, you know, would deal with drugs and illicit, you know, alcohol, for example, the mafia of the world today is in cybersecurity, and we hear of increasing attacks on ransomware, for example. We hear that this is happening more and more often, and unfortunately where we are here in South Africa in the SADC region, we do have vulnerabilities, and that's quite concerning. I think the big concern globally as well is the fact that there's a massive skills shortage. And this skills shortage is not just in South Africa or Southern Africa. This is a global problem. And there's a global problem of skilled cybersecurity professionals to help us deal with the surge that's hitting us from all over the world. And ransomware, as I mentioned in particular, is a really worrying, growing trend. And the fact that the human error that is coming through over and over again, we need to educate not just people within organizations, but the public at large about cybersecurity and the pitfalls around it.
My name is Wayne Olsen. I'm the Managing Executive of Cybersecurity at BCX. So I think Security Summit tomorrow is going to be important in that it's allowing peers to connect and chat about the latest cybersecurity trends we're experiencing, the latest threats, and how we as a community can circumvent those threats and proactively assist in defending ourselves against the attackers. The big threat right now that all organizations are facing is data breaches. The data is really critical to our organizations and really is the lifeblood of any business. Any form of breach is going to have serious reputational damage to our organization and will prohibit us from potentially attracting more customers going into the future. So it's a big risk. Attackers know this and will always go after the low-hanging fruit in any organization and target that data. Whether they want to exfiltrate that data and use it against us, or they want to ransomware it and make sure that they get the data, that we have the ability to get the data back is going to be an important. But right now, data breaches are on the increase, and right now it's a big concern for all organizations. So the human firewall, as they call it, is definitely the weakest link. And I think organizations need to start paying a lot more attention and focus on how we address this weak link. We'll hear at the ITWeb Security Summit how we shouldn't be penalizing employees who, when a company runs a phishing campaign, is to only target those employees. We need to start making cybersecurity awareness training more personal, and not only how this affects an organization, but how it actually affects people in their private lives. I think once we start making people understand how cybersecurity can affect people in their private lives, they will then start to become better cyber citizens.
My name is Mark T Hofmann. I'm a crime and intelligence analyst and business psychologist, and I'm focused on behavioral and cyber profiling, and I come from Berlin. As a keynote speaker, I will be talking about the profiles and motives of hackers. I will be talking about the psychology of cybercrime, about social engineering, and last but not least, what we can do to become a human firewall. So the title of my keynote is Profiling Hackers, the Psychology of Cybercrime. But I'm not there to just speak about it, I'm also there to learn from others. So I'm really much looking forward to attend other keynotes. I like it very much that you have like different tracks on this conference. So I will definitely attend the human or the psychology track and also listen to some other speakers. For example, one keynote popped into my mind which was, if it's smart, it's vulnerable. This is definitely a piece that I'm going to listen to, yeah. I think right now at this point, the biggest threat in the cybersecurity landscape is probably ransomware or crime as a service gangs. So basically, cybercrime really has become a market. It's not just individuals, it's a market. So crime as a service is a pretty accurate description. They operate not just like businesses, they operate in many cases more professional than businesses. So they have customer support, they have quality management, and you can also rent ransomware. And this is pretty ridiculous, but I think this is one of the most serious threats. And besides that, also artificial intelligence is changing quite a lot. So hackers are using ChatGPT, they're using deepfakes, and especially deepfake technology is something which I will also talk about tomorrow, and it worries me quite a lot, but there's also something we can do against it, yes. More than 90% of cyber attacks are caused by human error. So it's people clicking on links, it's people opening attachments, it's people revealing their password on the phone. So in more than 90% of all cases, it's human error, and people are clearly the weakest link. So we need to understand that cybersecurity is not just a technical problem, it's also a psychological problem and definitely a management responsibility, yes. I'm pretty concerned about deepfakes because deepfake technology changes social engineering and cybercrime quite a lot. At this point of time, it's possible to steal a person's face or to steal a person's voice, to fake that identity, to rob a bank, to manipulate private persons or whatever. I think most people underestimate how convincing a voice can be. Getting an email where someone says, "This is your boss, please transfer 35 million, people would definitely ask questions. But if someone calls you and you can hear the voice of your boss, your girlfriend, or even your mother, this is a pretty convincing moment, and this changes quite a lot.
Paul Williams, I'm the country manager for Fortinet, looking after Indian Oceans and SAC. So what I'm looking for is obviously to look at the aspects of what's new in the technology space, definitely networking with my peers in the business, and also trying to find new understanding of what the necessities are for 2023 and 2024. Why I say that is the importance is not only looking at the South African as a country, but the SADC and the African continent as a whole. So the big concerns I have is obviously education of cybersecurity skills inside the African continent. Typically we're looking at a shortage of over 480,000 people not having jobs, and this is basically a space that can be filled. We obviously as Fortinet are driving the Fortinet academies and driving the skill set. What my biggest concern is obviously the new approach to artificial intelligence, but what we're also seeing is the threat of social attacks that are happening, more sophisticated attacks happening, and we're looking at a huge increase in machine learning, botnet, and basically command and control has been a huge uptake in the last 6 to 9 months in the marketplace. Fortinet had taken the approach over 4.5 years ago, where we actually started looking pre-COVID. Basically everyone working from home. We drove a huge mandate to actually educate not only the users but also the users' networks and the children inside the environments, where we actually started educating the mothers, the fathers, the children of what basically can happen if cybersecurity takes place at home. What we did do is, from a working from home aspect, we started driving technologies like zero trust networking. We started driving basically authentication, two-factor authentication. We started driving the education of understanding if a cybersecurity attack happens, what are the processes, what to look out for, and basic things like phishing, and all the other aspects that were taking place at that time because everyone was stuck at home. And I think it's paid off because we actually have increased at least the basic understanding of what has to be seen when you're looking at cybersecurity attacks taking place, working from anywhere. So we've actually been running artificial intelligence for over 7.5 years. It has been developed by the FortiGuard's teams. What we are using it for is technologies to dissect and create things like honeypots, where we actually look at the networks. We actually then define and actually look back into the data scientist lab. And what we can do is we can start categorizing a lot more effectively, a lot more quickly of what type of attacks are taking place based on the AI that we've built. Remember that FortiGuard Labs, there's over 460 of these data scientists that we have inside the organization, do this on a daily basis. And these people, engineers, actually ensure that every aspect of every network is actually measured with the type of AI that we actually implement. And the AI implementation not only happens in our firewalls, but also many other products, including our endpoint cloud technology as well.
Hello, my name is Jonas Slovak. I'm a CISO. I'm responsible for IT security at CIMO in Mozambique. I'm expecting to gain a lot of experience hearing from others, hearing about all the new tendencies and knowing more about the challenges they are facing and how my colleagues are handling them. That also includes listening to their experience and listening to how the new trends are moving forward, because technology changes and so should we. Attackers change and so should we. I believe social engineering is my main concern at the moment and how to handle it. with regards to this matter, I think we should, based on what I'm going to listen, I need to be able to evaluate the risks and actually put in place all the items I need to remedy certain situations. That includes also not only assessing the risk, but also being able to educate people, having all the right technologies to actually accomplish that.
I'm Natasha Play. I'm a Standard Bank Information Security Officer for the Personal and Private Bank. I'm expecting to get some fresh perspective on security. Security moves at such a rapid pace that we have to continuously upgrade our skills. And it's always good to get a new perspective. As a cybersecurity professional, cyber moves very fast because technology moves quite fast. There's always new sorts of threats in the environment. And coming from the banking sector, there's always new ways to do banking. So big concerns for me is threats in new environments such as the crypto environments, dealing with blockchain, also understanding how to properly secure the cloud, because cloud is very new in any environment at the moment. We have over 135,000 staff at Standard Bank, and a lot of our risk comes from those staff. It's important for us to train them so that they're able to spot phishing and they're able to understand that they are a key danger in the environment.
Welcome back, everybody. In studio, we are joined by Professor Elmarie Varma. She's the Director of Cybersecurity Institute. Prof, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much for coming into the studio. Prof, you chaired a very interesting discussion regarding the future talent in terms of leadership in cybersecurity as well as the team. Can you give us kind of a recap of what's the discussion, the key point that came out of the discussion?
Yeah, I think we need 2 days to actually recap
Just briefly
on the discussion.
Yeah.
The problem with cybersecurity is that it's not one field. It's part of every cell of the business. So in terms of a leadership, you need somebody that has disciplines from technical right through to business. From a leadership point of view, they have to be on par with whatever is the new happenings within the security domain. Our cybercrime is escalating. They are coming up with new features on a daily basis, and your leader need to understand that threat profile and need to ensure that he or she build a team so that cyber risks are managed. So within in the panel today is that we've got quite a great team of people that responded to. And I think the biggest issue currently is getting our youth through the cycles of becoming part of this sort of exciting cyber domain.
Yeah.
And what are we going to do about that?
And what are some of the trends that you think will define cybersecurity in terms of talent going forward?
I think they need to understand business, first of all. They need to incorporate their cyber risk strategy as part of the business strategy. So they need to manage risks, but in a I think an ever evolving domain.
Yeah.
So now we look at new technologies, and we saw quite a number of panels and speeches on AI, for instance, and how do you bring that in to utilize that as a manner to stop the attacks, and secondly is how do you utilize or ensure that your team are on par with it.
And I think one of the things that keep emerging from the discussion was the issue of talent crunch, that there's a shortage of skills, and the skills that are not there, they're not job ready. The guys can't match up. What can be done in terms of dealing with the talent crunch that's facing?
I think there needs to be partnerships between government and the private sector. I think our universities, quite frankly, didn't come to play. They I think are still stuck in this notion of you have to complete a degree and then you start specializing within security. Where we have to take currently, from a grade 10 and a grade 12 level, and they are already digital literate. So we need to take them and introduce them to a type of nanotechnology in terms of training. And that continuous training leads to education. So and I think, but that has to be an effort where we utilize localized content. I think with the rand dollar currently and the international certifications is that's not going to be economically feasible.
And in terms of relationship between the private sector and the government, how do you see this work? Because I'm looking from a policy point and
Yes.
as well as maybe regulatory kind of view. How do you see this relationship panning out?
I think for one, if we look at the cybersecurity strategy on a national level, where's that strategy? It's been coming along for quite a number of years, and it's like an executive versus an implementation. They are responsible for really setting the scene and establishing that policies, and leave it to the private sector to implement that. And I think there's sort of a huge divide at this stage. So we are building cybersecurity within the private sector because we are forced to do that. Because from a government perspective, I think that they're totally out of their space at this stage, if I may say that.
Yeah. Prof, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Welcome back to the ITWeb Security Summit. Here in studio we have Jason Jordan. He is the principal forensic analyst at with the Science Institute. Jason, welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it's great to be here again.
It's good to see you and to have you at the conference. Jason, you are a principal forensic analyst. What you do? What is
So I suppose in a nutshell, I catch bad guys and bad girls because equal opportunity. So I investigate cybercrime cases, looking at digital evidence, not just cybercrime cases, but any kind of case that requires digital evidence for court purposes. So besides, like I said, looking at it from going to court, but we also do digital forensics when we're responding to security incidents to figure out what went wrong. So it's kind of a twofold path, if we could put it that way. On one hand, I potentially go to court, to testify in cases that we've got investigations on. On the other hand, it might be investigating a security breach that happened to figure out what actually went wrong and how the breach occurred, so we can better secure the organization going forward.
And could you just, I don't know if you can share some interesting, insights around the cases that you've investigated in?
Oh wow, there's been lots of cases I've investigated over the years. The most interesting one that I investigated was a case involving, I was still working in government at the time. It was an individual working for the State Information Technology Agency who was responsible for facilitating a large hack against the Department of Education, Department of Safety and Security, and Department of Health in the Limpopo province. And this guy was responsible for stealing a significant amount of money, so in the millions that he'd actually stolen. And it was quite a nice investigation in terms of the complexity of the case, how we sort of identified the guy, put all the evidence together. But for me, what was the most satisfying about that case is, to date, it still is the longest sentence for hacking in South Africa. We got a 25-year direct jail term for him. So that was a really nice case to work on, kind of a history-breaking case. But there's been tons, and we could be here for like 10 days talking about cases.
You said 25 years, so that's the longest that
25 years, yeah.
Okay, that's quite interesting. But Jason, like today, a lot of the one of the main themes that we've been seeing is around upskilling and
exactly.
the cybersecurity skills challenge
Yeah.
that we face here in South Africa. What I wanted to find out from you is what do you think needs to happen to actually address this? How bad is the situation, and what needs to happen to address
Well,
this?
I think the skills challenge in South Africa is interesting, and I think I'm going to sort of look at it first from a ground level perspective. I think one of the challenges we have in South Africa is just around general education. So children coming through the school system don't go into maths, they don't go into the science fields, and those areas are pretty important areas for ultimately moving into IT and those kind of fields. So I think we're losing a significant pool of talent because our school system is failing our learners. So I think as society, we're more insistent on government actually really capacitating our schools and making sure that our pupils and our teachers are adequately addressing those things. Then I think the next sort of level up is where the people enter the workforce. That skill shortage there is that a lot of training in cybersecurity is horribly expensive, and people sort of believe that without training they can't get a job in the field. So some people get put off getting into it. So it's kind of a twofold. One is we don't have a sufficiently big pipeline of people getting into the field, and then of those people that do get in through that initial school pipeline, they don't always have the opportunity to then go do the training that they think they need to actually get into the field. So I think those are two really, really big challenges that we face at the moment.
And in your experience, what's the earliest at school level that young learners and pupils get exposed to a career in cybersecurity?
Well, I think it really starts probably in I'm going to try and think back to grades now, but I think it probably starts at around about a grade 7 level, sort of grade 6, grade 7 level, where you start to sensitize people to general cybersecurity. And again, maybe even younger, especially if you consider the rate of implementation of social media amongst young people these days. Now look at things like TikTok and all these other social media platforms. We have kids exposing themselves to security issues at a much younger age than what we did, as adults. And I think you need to expose them at an early age to the security dangers of cyber, the cyber domain, and then start to capacitate that from protecting myself to, hey, this is an interesting career. This is how I could get into things going forward. So I think probably start at a primary school level with awareness and then build on that at a more technical level. Now look at a subject like life orientation, for example. We don't have hardly any cybersecurity awareness in life orientation, and that I would imagine would be a critical skill for us to actually have these days. Yeah, because it's a life orientation thing.
Yeah. Also, I suppose it's interesting that parents could also maybe, how would parents prepare their kids? What would you think?
Yeah. Well, I think that's also part of the challenge is that we have a lot of parents who, especially because of our history in South Africa, is you have a lot of parents that haven't grown up in the same environment as their children have grown up and may not understand the technologies as well. So in a sense, the children become the teachers of the parents, where it should be the other way around. So I think we also have to upskill the general populace around cybersecurity. I always make this joke. We all know the dodgy places that you're not supposed to go walk at in the middle of the evening, but when it comes to cyberspace, we don't think about that, So we need to take those skills that we've learned as South Africans in the physical world and just translate those into the cyber world.
I like that. I like that analogy. And Jason, just to go back to like the skills pipeline, how can private and public sector coordinate themselves, because there's a lot of conversations around that things are happening in silos wherever they are happening. How can they better coordinate themselves to try to build that pipeline?
I think you hit the nail on the head that one of the big challenges is bringing the private and public sector together. The reality is when it comes to this kind of skills development, and with all due respect to the state, a lot of the expertise doesn't sit in the state. It now sits in the private sector, unfortunately. And again, I've seen that having been in government, you would upskill people and then they get poached to go into the private sector. So I understand that dynamic. So the skills sit in the private sector largely, but the funding sits in government. So we need to find a mechanism of bringing government and private sector together and say, let's work together to solve a common problem. We often think of, for example, the state's responsibility to deal with crime, and that's largely sort of put forward by the government as well. It's our job to deal with crime, and I say it's actually all of our jobs to deal with crime. Same thing in the cyber domain. So if it's all of our jobs to deal with crime, then we as organizations in the private sector have a responsibility to help the public sector, not necessarily by paying for it, because I don't think that really solves the problem, but it's providing the skills, the expertise, and the capability, and then government through their strategic initiatives saying, here is funding, here are programs that we could do. And I've seen that happen in a number of countries overseas where I've done engagements. So I look at the United Arab Emirates, for example, that invested significantly from a government perspective now in terms of upskilling their kids, starting at a school level, finding the right talent. They would have summer holidays or winter holidays, and they would enroll kids on cyber camps, and they would do like a 1-week training program, like a real fun training program. But they were learning cyber skills, and then they would develop that further as they developed in school until eventually the cream of the crop were identified and then moved into actual jobs in cybersecurity. And now, if you look at the UAE, they have one of the most sophisticated cybersecurity markets in the Middle East. And it's simply because the government invested heavily in the skill, brought in the private sector expertise to actually run the programs and develop it. But they had the strategic vision foresight to say, we want to develop top-line cybersecurity specialists. If I look at South Africa, which is routinely identified as one of the most targeted cyber countries in the world when it comes to cybercrime stats, we should be doing that.
Yeah, quite interesting. And Jason, there was a comment that was made in your session earlier around that in South Africa doesn't necessarily have a cybersecurity skills challenge, but rather an absorption.
Yeah.
What is your take on that?
I don't think I necessarily agree with the statement that there's a skills challenge. I think there is a skills challenge. We do have more more vacancies, if I put it that way, than we have people that are currently capable of. What we do have is we have a huge potential. So I think if I look at the person that asked the question, and I kind of looked at it from that perspective, it's not about skill shortage. We have huge potential in this country. Our potential is amazing. But we have a skill shortage because we don't nurture the potential to develop the potential into skills. And I think that's the challenge. And part of that is the absorption problem, because you have organizations that actually expect to take somebody on board who's fully formed. So if you think about it, in most organizations, when you hire for a particular job, you expect that person to come with a certain level of skills. And usually because that person has gone to school, maybe they've studied a trade or a vocation, maybe they've gone to university, depending on what job they're going to fill. But with cybersecurity, we don't have enough degree programs, we don't have enough industry programs, we don't have that. So we don't have the luxury in South Africa of just hiring fully formed specialists. We need to grow them ourselves. And I think part of the challenge we face in South Africa, and something that I've seen, a lot of organizations are reluctant to do that because the argument is, well, if I train this person and I capacitate them, then they're going to go somewhere else. And that's, I think we've got to break that mindset in South Africa, because here's the thing, and I've had that happen to my own organization. I've trained analysts who've gone on to other positions. But the way I look at it is that I've trained that person with skill and knowledge, and they've taken that skill into another organization, and that organization is now made to defend it. Yeah, the impact that I've made in my organization by training up a person has now benefited the country as a whole. Maybe it has benefited me because I've lost the skill, but I've got to look at it holistically, because this whole cybercrime issue is not just a target against an organization. It's a target against our way of living, our entire society. So society has a responsibility.
And Jason, maybe like just as a final word, and what would you say to encourage young people out there to get into this, considering some of the points that you've raised?
So for somebody that wants to get into forensics in general, especially digital forensics, be a good problem solver, be curious, tackle problems. I want to see, when I recruit for potential, I want to see, can you solve problems? I've recruited people with no IT degree, no IT qualification, but they have the ability to challenge the status quo problem. And then if somebody has a good IT background, good technical IT background, that's really, really good. And then once you've got in the door, then we'll provide those other skills, the law skills and the investigation skills. But it's those two core things for me. If you want to get into this field, be passionate about IT, go and play, go and experiment, go figure out how things work, go break things. I broke lots of things as a kid, so my late mother was still here to tell you stories about me taking apart electronics and then things not working again. But that's how you do. You have that curiosity, you figure out how things work, try to solve problems, and that's a brilliant way to actually get into this field.
Jason, thank you so much.
It's an awesome pleasure. Thanks.
Jason, you're done from the Institute. Stay tuned for more on ITWeb.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Sibahle, and right now I'm joined by Mr. Ishaq Jacobs, who is the CISO at SASO. You were talking about striking the perfect balance between accountability and cyber education. Welcome, and please just tell us a bit about what you were talking about this afternoon.
Thank you, Scott. The crux on this is to challenge our security professionals in terms of the way we look at cyber safety and cyber awareness, and saying how do we put elements of accountability into that, so that we shift, look at awareness training to something slightly different. And it is really based on some of the scary statistics that as much as we are focusing on awareness training, the percentage of successful attacks that's attributed to the human element keeps on growing. And hence, the challenge to everyone should be, is it only about awareness, or should we be figuring out how do we empower our users, how do we hold them accountable? That was really the essence.
So what I found particularly interesting is when you spoke about how, no matter how much educated or informed some employees may be, they don't necessarily make the right decisions when it comes to cybersecurity and the risks thereof. What is the reason behind this? Because you think if you know that it's important to wear a seatbelt when driving, you'll definitely put on that belt. But it doesn't always happen. And why is this?
That's at the crux of the way we look at the challenge, right? How do we create that visibility so that the users can actually visualize and see the impact of what they're doing or what they're not doing right? And hence the examples of relating cybersecurity to physical security. There was quite a few of these pictures that I showed the audience, and I said, do you think this vehicle is unsafe? Do you think this behavior is unsafe? And it was so easy, unanimous, that people recognize that. How do we ensure that we bring that into the way our people look at cybersecurity?
Physical.
Make the physical and the virtual the end user.
Well, maybe let's talk a bit about that. And I know you provided 3 key pillars of how to create and sort of like an accountability pyramid. Let's talk about it. What are the solutions to this? How do we make employees aware, or more visible of the risks, and therefore take the precautionary measures?
So we got to start by asking ourselves, what do we know about our users? And almost every organization that's managing security has got loads of valuable data that we can tap into. The device that the users are using. We've got very clear understanding of the health of the device, the type of software that's loaded on there. Is the operating system the latest? Is the anti-malware the latest? We can use that data. We've got information about whether we've done phishing attempts, has the user successfully passed them or failed them. We know whether the user is downloading some rogue software, whether they're trying to go to unsavory websites. Let's use all of this data, let's bring it in and make it visible. And that's how we can create the visibility to create a relationship in saying, what should you be doing? And I think that's part of the almost traditional approach that we had. We have all this data and we keep it in the basement, let the security specialists deal with it. And we're saying, free the data, unlock it, use it to create that realization with the end user that my behavior, my use of safe equipment impacts the organization. So in a simple sentence, it's really about using the data to create the visibility and driving value.
Let's be a bit practical here. So how then is this data used? Is it data that is then stored or placed on the systems, on the internal systems, where the employees would easily be able to see and serve as a constant reminder of what to do and what not to do?
So First of all, in terms of the data, we collected all of this in a single platform where we can then present this as a dashboard, where for each user, all these key data elements, we're trying to translate it into information. And we asked ourselves the question, what can a user do about this? So if your device does not have the latest anti-malware patch, can you do something about it? So is it actionable? And based on the fact that it's actionable data or not, we then position what the status of this is and what action the user can actually take. And this is what we're presenting in our dashboard back to our end users and create this kind of constant theme in the organization. We summarize the individual scoring and risk perspective to the line managers and right up to the executives. And we cycle through this monthly process of saying, at an executive level, how's your team doing? And that then channels down into the individual. What am I doing to ensure that my team scores better, the overall organization scores better? And again, it has to be actionable data. Can you do something about a device that's not updated? Yes, go and talk to the help desk, go and talk to the walking center, talk to the IT department. Can I do something about my awareness training that's not complete? Yes, do the training. And next to the statistic, we provide that links. Click here to improve your score. Click here to log a call with the help desk. So we're really trying to take away the excuse. I don't know what to do because I'm telling you what to do. So that's really, the important question. Can we turn the data into actionable intelligence? That's what we're focusing on.
Well, in closing, I'd like you just to also talk about something which is quite important that you made reference of during your presentation. And you actually spoke about the fact that cybersecurity is not necessarily an IT responsibility, but it's a business responsibility. Share more about that.
Absolutely. So I think that's been a message we've been trying to get out there for years. And if you think about almost the approach that maybe still exists in places, people see cybersecurity as something that the cybersecurity team in the basement somewhere needs to deal with. The reality is that if you look at the roles in the organization, there is something that each person really can contribute. If it's at the personal level, ensuring you've got safe equipment, safe behavior. If it's at the business level, as a business owner, ensuring the systems that support your function complies and meets the standard. If it's at the corporate level, the CEO, ensuring that the organization itself is implementing all of these actionable measures to be compliant. So you can see what we are trying to position is that it's not a cybersecurity team, it's not an individual, it's a collective responsibility. Everyone has a role to play. And we can talk about the type of consequences that we've seen all over the media. It's not the cybersecurity department that's impacted, that's the whole organization. And I mean, that's a reality that we've seen enough examples of. So I think with that reality and realization, we're saying, what can you do? What can you do as an individual? And we give you the actionable insights. What can you do as a team lead? And we give you a view of what your team status is. What can you do as a business lead? What is the status of that business and the systems around it? What can you do as the CEO? And that's the message that we're trying to drive, that everyone has a role to play.
Well, there you have it. As you've heard, cybersecurity is everybody's responsibility because I suppose when a cyber breach happens, there's so much at stake. There's the company reputation at stake, and then there are fines up to the millions which a company can have to pay. So thank you very much, Mr. Ishaq Jacobs, who is CISO at CISO, talking to us about all things cybersecurity. This will be the final interview for today, right here at ITWeb Security Summit. Catch us again tomorrow morning, where my colleague Mathew will be keeping you company with some of our experts who are going to be giving presentations right here at Stanton Convention Center. Thank you.
the idea of zero trust, we all understand from a technology perspective, starts moving into the human being in terms of validating who we are as an individual. This is becoming more and more critical. But these are the types of technologies that you guys, as the next generation of security professionals, this is the stuff that you should be aware of. There are people like me out here. And to be honest, there are two major distributors for consumer grade implants. There's one that's based out of Northern Europe, they're called KSEC. And the other one is a company called DangerousThings.com based out of Seattle, Washington. Between these two companies, we have estimated there's been approximately 600,000 implants sold globally. Now, the truth is, most people are not using this type of technology for the way that I do. But I will tell you guys without any hesitation that I know quite a few individuals back in the States that are part of different red teams that do use these types of technology in engagements for initial contact and initial breach. So one of the things that I said in my speech earlier today was, how do you defend against an attack if you don't even know the attack exists? So you guys and South Africa in general, you guys are at a very amazing point technologically. You know, and I think being made aware of people like me and this type of technology is something that you can start building into your studies and your knowledge. Because you're not going to stop the technology. But what you can do is put enough controls around what you want to secure that it will make it very, very difficult for someone like me to be able to compromise. So before I'll open it up to a quick Q&A because they only gave me about 10 minutes to talk to you guys. Mitigations against people like me. If you're using a cell phone, if you don't have an actual need for NFC, don't turn it on. Make sure that patch management, driver management is critical against people like me. If you're dealing in IoT, again, make sure that you're patching. If you have to, get some NFC shields involved. For physical access types of attacks, we already said, everybody understands why we do MFA in front of critical information, right? Why don't we do the same thing for our physical locations? If you have a server room, it shouldn't be just a badge and the door opens. It should be a badge with a pin, something you have, something you know. So this is out there. If you guys are interested, you can find me on LinkedIn. My name is Len, L-E-N. My last name is Noe, N-O-E. And I'll take a couple of questions if you guys have any. And, oh boy, that didn't take long. I think you were first. All right.
How do you patch shoes?
There's no point. There's nothing to patch. The technologies around NFC are typically frequency-based, and they'll do what the frequency will allow. So it's all basically handled by the receiver, not by the Sir.
Yeah, sorry. So I just wanted to find out, because all of these are frequency-based stuff, would you generate noise? Is there any way?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do. And if you want to know the truth, I do a lot of, I'm like I said, I'm an international speaker. This is actually my 57th country that I've had the privilege of speaking. But I do attend things like DEF CON, Black Hat. And I've actually had Faraday gloves made to protect myself.
Yeah, so I was thinking if there was some sort of Faraday and minerals, if they had to close you out, how much control would you have?
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, everybody knows Americans were loud. I don't think I need a mic, but no, I do have to protect myself. So I actually have gauntlets I had a seamstress made for me that are actually lined with Faraday fabric, just so I can go to those types of events where other offensive people would be and not have, the next time I go home and try and use one of my chips, it's like, oh, screw you, Len. Shoot, somebody got into my chip.
Yeah.
No. I'm responsible for my own security, and I make sure I do so.
And then lastly, is that bidirectional as well? So
these are typically one-way push.
Okay.
Now, there are some new chips that are coming out that are actually bidirectional. There's been amazing advancements in graphene batteries over the course of the last 6 months. This is the only thing that has actually stopped the transhuman movement, and that's officially what we're called. I've been called a wet work. I've been called a grinder. I've been called a transhuman. I've been called a cyborg. I've been called a freak. But at the end of the day, it's all the same.
And so you said that you want to put a Raspberry Pi on your leg.
Yes.
So you said that it's also, passively inductive. So what if you wanted to up the power? Could you then do wireless battery transmission if you had a pack nearby?
Yes. Now, the only thing you have to be concerned about in that is the heat generation.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm working with the CEO of Dangerous Things, and he's actually the one that's doing the bioencapsulation for me.
And it's all copper inductive?
Come again?
Copper for inductive?
Copper for inductive, but that is also encased inside the biopolymer. So the entire Raspberry Pi is sealed basically in biopolymer, and then that is surgically installed in my leg.
Yeah.
Anybody else? The question was, how do I deal with airport security? And the answer is, they've never found me. Realistically, when you think about circuitry, it's not made of metal, it's made of silicon. So it's made of sand. Sand is not conductive in that way that it's going to trigger a magnetometer. The only thing that's metal in me is the very fine copper wiring around some of the implants for the antennas and the biomagnet. And like I said, the biomagnet is very, very small. And when it comes to these things, I used to work for the TSA back in the States. We're not looking at your hands or your arms, because typically that's something that we can see there's nothing strapped to. They're looking around the torso, the buttocks, and the lower legs to see if you have something strapped underneath your clothing as far as contraband. But they don't actually show up in any type of scan. However, I do not want to be put in an MRI to test that theory.
I wanted to know, how did you get your implants?
How did I get them installed?
Yeah.
Okay, that is actually a pretty good question. I don't believe in doctors. I don't like doctors, and I don't trust doctors. So I go to a body modification parlor. So basically the same types of people that would split your tongue or gauge your ears. I use and this is a free plug for my boy Pineapple back in Austin. If you ever make it to Austin, Texas, there's an amazing body modification parlor called Shaman Modification. Not that I think any of you are going to jump on a plane and go 24 hours just to get one of these done, but there you go, Pine. I threw you a shout out. So my doctors think I'm crazy.
How long do they last?
The one I've had in for about 4 years now. They typically don't go bad. They're kind of like a badge for your access to your office or your building. As long as the chip is pretty much static. It's the reader that's going to have the software, and that's where the changes of updates and firmwares and services would be applied.
So you don't check them at all?
I don't understand what you mean by check. My doctors have tried to tell me I need surgery to take them out multiple times, and I keep telling them I spend enough money to put them in there. Why would I take them out? No, I've had no issues with rejection.
Cancer.
I got my first one about 5 years ago. And because it goes against conventional medicine, Let me put it to you like this. You just brought up a very good question. Let's say, hypothetically, and God forbid, you had some type of major injury and you lost a limb. They have prosthetics that are now utilizing nerve endings. You have the ability to have pacemakers. Why is it only strange when you want to do something to upgrade yourself? But if it's to take care of a deficiency or an issue with the body, nobody has a problem. And I think a lot of that comes from, just social stigmas. I mean, I've been told that I have the mark of the beast. I have had people physically attack me. Didn't work out. Didn't end well. But I've had people, my own family will shut off their cell phones and their mobile devices when I walk in the room. So, you know, I think as more people get chips like the wallet or things they can pay for, you're going to see a lot more identity-style chips, things that are going to be used for individual validation and source of truth. I think this is going to start moving us out of that stigma that if you put something in your body that doesn't need to be there, that there's something wrong in your head. I don't think there's something wrong in my head. I just think that I have the ability to directly interface with technology. I don't need to use a keyboard. I can physically contact a piece of equipment and have it do something. I think that's cool.
So it has absolutely no effect on your health?
No. Nope, zero. Sorry.
Hi, I was wondering, can EMPs affect?
Yes, yes. EMPs would affect any technology, whether it's passive or static. So I try to that point, I've never been through one, really don't want to go through one, but I do have Faraday line gloves for that purpose.
Okay. Oh, can you repeat your name?
Sure, my name is Len, L-E-N, my last name is Noe, N-O-E. We're working it around, and we'll get there.
Okay. Just a comment and a question. I think that's pretty cool. I'm guessing you're probably going to be one of the first few people to sign up for the Neuralink trials, probably.
Okay.
Right.
Neuralink, everybody, how do I put this? Because I know I'm talking to impressionable people. I don't drink the Elon Kool-Aid. I think Neuralink is an amazing technology. I think it has a long way to go. Everybody talking about BCIs right now, all they ever talk about is Neuralink. They are very, very late to the game. BCIs have been around for over 20 years. There's a company called BlackRock Neuroscience that has been doing brain-computer interfaces for decades. There's another company called Synchron that is doing BCIs in a different way. Instead of going outside in through the skull, they're actually going in through the capillaries of the brain, and they're expanding the BCI like it's did for a heart. Less invasive or more invasive, depending on what's more invasive, going through your skull and putting something on the surface of the brain, or going up through your veins into your brain and expanding something. I guess it's a matter of opinion at that point.
Okay. Final question. I'm not sure if I missed it, but what's one of the, or some of the use cases for having a Raspberry Pi?
I can actually sit here and give a talk to you and be doing auto phones and low energy Bluetooth sweeps while I'm talking.
Okay, I want to ask, if this technology is to hit the market like getting a smartphone, how much do you think it will cost?
Come again?
If this technology is going to hit the market like getting a smartphone, how much is it likely to cost?
Well, I can tell you how much the chips do cost.
Okay.
So the big one here in my hand was about $250 US. The Crypto Bionic chip is about $300. So they're right around the $200 to $300 range on average for the device. And then the installation will cost you anywhere. Keep in mind, I'm talking in US because that's all I know. Anywhere between about 100, if it's going to be a standard needle installation. So they use a giant hypodermic needle that's about bigger than a pen, and they actually just pierce the skin and then they just put the chip in. Those are about $100. If it's one of these big ones where you have scalpels, dermal elevators, where they actually have to separate the skin from the muscle tissue, they're upwards of $300 to $400. So this one cost me about $700 total to do. Absolutely.
Sorry.
Anybody else?
Yeah. Can you just show it to the camera? Or just promote the
That's the right way to ask it.
Oh, be blunt. I don't get offended easily.
Is it not painful?
Well, I guess
it's okay.
that is a question I get a lot. Pain, I think, is a relative question. I like to do flesh hook suspensions as a hobby, so I have people who put hooks in my back and hang me from the ceilings.
Yeah.
I have what I consider to be one tattoo that starts at my neck and goes all the way to the tops of my feet. So I think any female that's ever gone through labor, it's nowhere near that bad. For guys, if you've ever pulled a groin muscle, it's not that bad.
All right, everybody. So we'll take 2 more questions and then we can just wrap the session.
Yep. If anybody
one
has,
we have one here. We'll have one that side. And we'll have one.
Make it
I was gonna
good,
say, we gotta get this gentleman. If anybody has any additional questions for me, just reach out over LinkedIn. I will be happy to answer all.
Quick question. So how do you then deal with, like, since we're using hardware components, say maybe 2 years later, then there's new
I do have in some requests, like the credit card is only good for 3 years. Just like the standard, less than that's up. I go in, they make a small incision, they pull the old one out, they put a new one in. Doesn't even require any stitches. You put a little bit of super glue over the top, a week later you're done. Now the super glue does burn. I'm not gonna lie about that. Sir.
So my question is, like, how much damage can you cause, like, within a room like this? How much damage?
Exponential.
And what kind of data will you have access to? Like,
typically, I'll give you guys 2 quick use cases, and then I want to let you get back to what the actual program was. So if you have a cell phone that has NFC turned on, let's start with an Android phone. If I can social engineer your phone into my hand, I can actually make it look like I'm trying to make a phone call. I can download a Trojan APK from the internet, and I can actually get a reverse TCP connection into your device. So I can pull all of your call logs, your SMSs, I can navigate your file structure, download all your photos. If you have a app that has a dedicated tunnel or a VPN into a corporate enterprise, there is the potential based on the technology that I can ride that tunnel all the way in. Another one, if you're an iPhone, if I can social engineer the ability to get my hands on the phone, I can redirect the iPhone to a website that's using a tool called, such as Beef. Are you guys familiar with Beef?
Yeah.
Beef is the browser extension exploit framework. And essentially it utilizes Java. I'm sure we've all heard that phrase where you got to be careful what websites you go to, because there are some websites that maybe you don't log in, get the page up in the browser, they're already in your computer. That is not an urban legend. The tool that do it is called Beef. It uses Java, it'll hook the browsers, and I can do all kinds of nasty things, including about 32 built-in pre-built modules. So yeah, that's the kind of damage. And in terms of what kind of information can I get back, the truth is it depends on what type of information you have on the device. So with that,
one more question. Sure. It's a little bit of a personal one, so you don't have to answer.
No, I don't mind.
But I think for the kids,
sure,
sort of thinking about hacking and hackers.
Yeah.
What made you go from black hat to white hat?
Well, for starters, jail sucks. I don't recommend it. I do not recommend state-funded vacations. The amenities are terrible, the beds are bad, the food sucks, there's no pool. But honestly, the honest answer is, I did do some time when I was younger, but I started having grandkids. I was a member of a couple of different motorcycle clubs out of the States. That was my youth. That's where I did most of my black hat work. And when I started having grandkids, it was a simple decision of, I can't keep doing this, because we had a phrase, never ride faster than your guardian angel can fly. And I think I've cheated death and institutions long enough. So honestly, I was a system architect at a large HR and payroll company during this time. We're not going to talk about background checks, but once I started having grandkids, it basically made me look at my life. And I don't know how the laws are over here, but we have something in the States called the Homeland Security Act, which basically states if I gain access to a computer without express permission that I do not own, that is a Class A felony right off the bat. So when I started, it was back in the TRS-80 days, the Commodore 64 days, and I've been through every iteration of a computer since then. I remember spending almost $6,000 on a 2 gig hard drive. So, for me, it was more around what can I take the skills and the things that I'm good at and the things that I really enjoy doing? Because I love the puzzle. For me, it's never been about trying to steal your data. For me, it's always been, if you say that you can't get in, let's prove that. Let's test that. And if you're better than me, good on you. But I think that, doing it the right way has given me a lot of opportunities that being a black hat never would. I mean, I've got the ability to travel around the world. I've got the ability to help, influence some, the next generation of security professionals, and my craziness from my youth is carried over through the transhumanism and the biohacking, and this is just me. But to close on what I said earlier, it's very difficult to protect against an attack if you don't even know the attack exists. So I really appreciate the time today, y'all. And like I said, if you have any additional questions, just hit me on LinkedIn, or if you want, I'm on Twitter at hacker_213. And I also have a YouTube channel that I put up a lot of security and offensive security related media on. So John, thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity.
All right, let's give Mr. Led a round of applause, everybody. All right, John, thank you so much for inviting Mr. Led. So before we move on with the program, I just want to emphasize on this. You guys have to solve one solution, one team. All right? So we're going to do it and say it together. One team, one solution. One team, one solution. Can we say it together? One team, one solution. I'm not going to continue until I hear you guys. One team, one solution. One more time. One team, one solution. Oh, beautiful. All right, so right now I'm going to take you through the judging criteria for the Security Summit Hackathon, which will be happening tomorrow, just so you guys are aware of how you will be judged. So there'll be 4 criteria. We'll be looking at innovation, right? Vulnerability assessment, and best practices, and also show and tell. Now the innovation will be 30 marks, and the vulnerability assessment will be 20 marks, and the best practices will be 25, as well as show and tell will be 25.